would like to remind you also to take your headset at the entry because the first part of the conference will be held in Polish and English.
Does it mean that I have also a role of
Szanowni Państwo, bardzo proszę o zajęcie miejsc. Dzień dobry Państwu. Mam przyjemność powitać Państwa ponownie. Nazywam się Michał Kudła, jestem dyrektorem w Zespole Doradców Gospodarczych TOR i będę miał zaszczyt powitać Państwa na międzynarodowej konferencji wysokiego szczebla poświęconej bezzałogowym statkom powietrznym pod tytułem Drony jako źródło nowych miejsc pracy i wzrostu gospodarczego. Konferencja jest wspólną inicjatywą Ministerstwa Infrastruktury i Budownictwa, Europejskiej Agencji Bezpieczeństwa Lotniczego oraz Urzędu Lotnictwa Cywilnego. Pozwólcie Państwo, że powitam w pierwszej kolejności Panią Violettę Bulc, Europejską Komisarz do Spraw Mobilności i Transportu. Powitajmy teraz organizatorów konferencji. Pana Andrzeja Adamczyka, Ministra Infrastruktury i Budownictwa Rzeczypospolitej Polskiej. Pana Patricka Key, Dyrektora Zarządzającego Europejskiej Agencji Bezpieczeństwa Lotniczego. Pana Piotra Samsona, pełniącego obowiązki Prezesa Urzędu Lotnictwa Cywilnego. Witam również przedstawicieli ministerstw, dyrektorów generalnych lotnictwa cywilnego, przedstawicieli międzynarodowych i krajowych instytucji lotniczych, ekspertów, a także przedsiębiorców związanych z branżą bezzałogowych statków powietrznych. Naszą dwudniową konferencję będę miał przyjemność prowadzić wspólnie z panem Danielem Michaelsem, dziennikarzem The Wall Street Journal. I teraz o otwarcie konferencji i zabranie głosu poproszę pana ministra Andrzeja Adamczyka.
Szanowna Pani Komisarz, Szanowny Panie Dyrektorze, Panie Prezesie, Szanowni Państwo, Panie Ministrze, Państwo Ministrowie, Szanowni Państwo. Jest dla mnie wielkim zaszczytem i przyjemnością, że w imieniu rządu Rzeczypospolitej Polskiej mogę Państwa powitać w Warszawie na otwarciu konferencji wysokiego szczebla. Konferencji Drony jako źródło nowych miejsc pracy i wzrostu gospodarczego. Podczas naszego dwudniowego spotkania chcielibyśmy dokonać przeglądu wniosków z konferencji w Rydze, która odbyła się w marcu 2015 roku i przeprowadzić analizę obecnej sytuacji na rynku bezzałogowych statków powietrznych oraz ocenić, czy w jaki sposób i w jakiej perspektywie czasowej możliwe jest utworzenie jednolitego rynku w sferze usług dronowych w całej Unii Europejskiej. Wraz z naszymi partnerami, którym już teraz chciałbym serdecznie podziękować za bardzo owocną współpracę przy organizacji tego ważnego wydarzenia, liczymy, że efektem dzisiejszej konferencji będzie opracowanie kalendarza konkretnych działań, których podjęcie przyczyni się do urzeczywistnienia tej jakże ważnej idei zrównoważonego rozwoju rynku dronów, co w mojej ocenie przyczyni się do utworzenia nowych miejsc pracy oraz wzrostu gospodarczego z poszanowaniem wymogu zapewnienia najwyższego możliwego poziomu bezpieczeństwa, ochrony prywatności obywateli oraz ochrony środowiska. Oczekiwania te zostaną na koniec konferencji zawarte w deklaracji warszawskiej. Drony to dynamicznie rozwijający się rynek proponujący innowacyjne rozwiązania, które wpływać mogą na wiele dziedzin naszego życia. Począwszy od rozwiązań związanych z bezpieczeństwem narodowym na potrzeby wojska, reagowania kryzysowego na przykład przy pożarach bądź powodziach, poprzez rozwiązania komercyjne, na przykład dokonywanie pomiarów, sporządzanie dokumentacji, zastosowania w transporcie, rolnictwie, czy też wykorzystanie rekreacyjne dla celów własnych użytkowników. Ocenia się, że światowy rynek technologii bezzałogowych statków powietrznych w 2020 roku może być wart ponad 127 miliardów dolarów. Stanowi to zatem wielką szansę rozwojową dla gospodarki, ale także wyzwanie związane z zapewnieniem właściwych warunków i ram do bezpiecznego współużytkowania przestrzeni powietrznej przez bezzałogowe oraz tradycyjne statki powietrzne. Dzisiejsza konferencja z udziałem tak ważnych gości, której celem nadrzędnym jest poszukiwanie wspólnych rozwiązań dotyczących rynku dronów, jest także sygnałem, że Polska jest postrzegana na arenie międzynarodowej jako lider w tej dziedzinie. Już teraz ocenia się, że nasz rynek produkcji dronów wart jest ponad 160 milionów złotych oraz cechuje się ogromnym potencjałem do wzrostu. Szereg regulacji prawnych w zakresie użytkowania dronów, które przyjęliśmy w ostatnim czasie, wpływa na fakt, że jesteśmy postrzegani jako kraj sprzyjający rozwojowi tego rynku i przedsiębiorcom gotowym do testowania nowych rozwiązań. Takie postrzeganie naszego kraju jest dla nas powodem do dumy. Jesteśmy także świadomi odpowiedzialności, jaka na nas ciąży. Z tego względu podejmujemy działania o charakterze strategicznym oraz legislacyjnym, aby sprostać oczekiwaniom, które są w nas pokładane. Kwestia innowacyjności jest dla nas kluczowa. Dlatego drony zostały ujęte w projekcie Strategii na rzecz odpowiedzialnego rozwoju, która określa nowy model rozwoju kraju. Dynamicznie rozwijające się inicjatywy z zastosowaniem dronów w wielu przypadkach wyprzedziły rozwiązania regulacyjne, czy też szeroko pojętego nadzoru. Stoimy zatem przed ogromnym wyzwaniem. Powinniśmy dążyć do wypracowania odpowiednich ram prawnych oraz instytucjonalnych, które dadzą odpowiednią przestrzeń do dalszego rozwoju tej innowacyjnej branży. Opracowanie nowych rozwiązań prawnych w dziedzinie dronów musi być zgodne z 5 zasadami sformułowanymi w Rydze. W mojej ocenie najważniejsza z nich dotyczy dostosowania regulacji do poziomu ryzyka, jakie wiąże się z wykonywaniem operacji. Dlatego, uwzględniając kluczowe znaczenie bezpieczeństwa w lotnictwie, należy dążyć do sformułowania takich rozwiązań, które zapewnią zrównoważony rozwój tej dziedziny lotnictwa, unikając zagrożenia tzw. przeregulowania rynku. Wszelkie powstające przepisy w tym zakresie powinny opierać się na zasadach traktatowych Unii Europejskiej, to jest proporcjonalności, pomocniczości i subsydialności. W związku ze swoistą fragmentacją i różnym stopniem zaawansowania przepisów w państwach Unii Europejskiej Istnieje potrzeba dokonania pewnej unifikacji przepisów. Bezspornie bez właściwych norm wydanych na poziomie Unii Europejskiej nie zostanie utworzony faktyczny wspólny rynek, co z całą pewnością drastycznie ograniczy potencjał rozwoju tego sektora. Mądre otwarcie europejskiego rynku dla bezzałogowców będzie właściwą odpowiedzią na apel przemysłu i sektora usług o usunięcie barier rozwojowych. Już za tydzień, 1 grudnia 2016 roku, na posiedzeniu Rady Unii Europejskiej w Brukseli przyjęte zostanie wspólne stanowisko państw członkowskich Unii Europejskiej w sprawie nowelizacji rozporządzenia bazowego, co rozpocznie proces uzgodnień zmian do tego rozporządzenia z Parlamentem Europejskim. Musimy także uwzględnić w naszych pracach poparcie opinii publicznej dla rozwoju tej gałęzi lotnictwa, rozwiewając obawy odnośnie ochrony prywatności i danych osobowych oraz gwarantując odpowiedzialność operatora drona poprzez stosowanie systemu ubezpieczeń odpowiedzialności cywilnej oraz zapewnienie narzędzi do skutecznego nadzoru i egzekwowania prawa. Wyzwaniem w tej dziedzinie pozostaje edukacja. Musimy dbać o wzrost świadomości społecznej dotyczącej wymogów i zagrożeń związanych z wykorzystaniem dronów. Na konferencji przedyskutowana zostanie koncepcja UTM, co ona oznacza dla przyszłości ruchu statków bezzałogowych oraz jak jej rozwój może wpłynąć na rozwój tradycyjnych systemów zarządzania ruchem lotniczym. To pytania, na które uczestnicy konferencji będą poszukiwali odpowiedzi. Uwzględnione zostaną nie tylko kwestie dotyczące bezpieczeństwa, ale również możliwości dronów w zakresie podniesienia poziomu ochrony i jednocześnie eliminowania zagrożeń dla zbiorowego bezpieczeństwa. Szanowni Państwo, z zadowoleniem przyjmuję fakt, że konferencja spotkała się z tak dużym zainteresowaniem przedstawicieli użytkowników, producentów, środowisk naukowych, jak i regulatorów rynku dronów w Polsce, Europie i na świecie. Zachęcam Państwa do obejrzenia wystawy. Czyni ona wielkie wrażenie. Mieliśmy okazję z panią komisarz, przechodząc przez salę wystawową, zobaczyć produkty nowoczesnej technologii, efekty prac inżynierów, konstruktorów, wszystkich tych, którzy dzisiaj koncentrują się nad przyszłością, bo przecież drony to część naszej przyszłości. Żywię nadzieję, że dzisiejsze spotkanie będzie impulsem dla dalszego zrównoważonego rozwoju wspólnego rynku dronów w Unii Europejskiej. Życzę wszystkim Państwu bardzo owocnej debaty. Dziękuję bardzo.
Dziękuję bardzo Panie Ministrze. Teraz o zabranie głosu poproszę Panią Komisarz, Europejską Komisarz do spraw mobilności i transportu, Panią Violettę Bulc. Bardzo proszę.
Very innovative. Dzień dobry. It is really great to be here, and thank you, Warsaw, for hosting this, I would say, game-changing conference. And I hope that after the end of this conference, we will all feel much more confident where the future of drones and drones industry and drone services is going. And I'm really, really excited about the potentials that this particular type of technology, joined with refreshing new business models and a high level of social awareness, is leading. I was told to speed it up.
Poproszono mnie, żebym troszeczkę przyspieszyła. Tak naprawdę skupię się nad kluczowymi sprawami i mój kolega Metrubon będzie tutaj podczas dyskusji, panelu i dodatkowo uzupełni te kwestie, które nie poruszę. Po pierwsze, powód, dlaczego to jest jest ciekawy obszar, to jest, że uczymy się, w jaki sposób połączyć rozwijającą się nową technologię z potrzebami biznesowymi i dodatkowo
respond to it adequately and in a timely manner. So I hope you are also excited to be part of these pilot projects because new technologies will be coming on board in the future, but through proof of the concept that we're going to develop now, I think we will be better and better in responding to new market opportunities and, of course, new opportunities for growth and jobs. But first, let me address what has been done so far and what are really the milestones that we were looking at in the last 18 months since the famous Riga Declaration was signed. And we made a really strong dedication to walk the path with the industry and with social, with NGOs together to shape this market.
z
First we
NGOs
said
i
that we need
społeczeństwem,
simple and
żeby rozwinąć ten
performance-based
rynek.
rules.
Po pierwsze ustanowiliśmy, że potrzebujemy bardzo proste zasady, jeżeli chodzi o kierunek rozwoju i wyników tego działania. Jestem przekonany, że jest to nastawienie zorientowane na eksploatację, na działanie i wszystkie ramy, które w tej chwili budujemy, są dokonywane w tym duchu. Druga kwestia to jest praca, która miała być dokonana, jeżeli chodzi o harmonizację zasad na szczeblu globalnym. To jest praca w toku. Mam nadzieję, że dokończymy ją niebawem, ale temat został podjęty jak na najwyższym szczeblu i na szczeblu jaru. W tej chwili drony są tematem, które są bardzo ostrożnie badane i skrupulatnie badane. Trzeci element deklaracji w Rydze to jest wystarczające inwestycje. Będziemy na ten temat więcej mówili później, natomiast przygotowujemy w tej chwili tą sferę i w tej chwili 44 milionów euro zostało wprowadzone na horyzont do 2020 na wprowadzenie dronów do przestrzeni powietrznej, jak i również inne środki również są dostępne. Coś więcej na ten temat powiem później. I ostatnia kwestia to jest akceptacja społeczeństwa, akceptacja publiczna. Jeżeli pierwszy punkt zostanie dokonany, to pozostałe trzy. Moje największe obawy dotyczą ostatniego. Mam nadzieję, że wszyscy wspólnie się zjednamy i w pracy w zakresie właśnie zwiększenia świadomości, jak i również akceptacji społeczeństwa i akceptacji publicznego w tym zakresie, gwarantując bezpieczeństwo, gwarantując kwestie oczywiście prywatności, praw prywatności i ochrona prywatności. To są wyzwania, do których będziemy musieli wspólnie się odnieść. Myślę, że możemy być usatysfakcjonowani, jeżeli chodzi o to, co zostało dokonane w ciągu ostatnich 18 miesięcy. Nie jest to wystarczające, żeby w pełni wejść na tą rozwijającą się technologię. Kluczowe czynniki, które uważamy, że należy się odnieść, po pierwsze jasny przekaz. Trzeba posiadać podejście systemowe. Fragmentacja, rozproszenie zabije kierunek rozwoju tych modeli biznesowych. Musimy być pewni, że to jest dokonywane w sposób systemowy. Mamy pomysł i zapraszamy Państwa do tego, żeby to było holistyczne rozwiązanie. Dzisiaj jest pierwszy dzień również na przyszłość, gdzie będziemy wspólnie kształtować cały ekosystem sfery dronów. Na tym etapie chciałbym powiedzieć, że zidentyfikowaliśmy przede wszystkim ramy, gdzie jest cel określony przede wszystkim na operację, na eksploatację, tak żeby umożliwić inwestorom wejście do tej sfery, ekosystemy wszystkich interesariuszy, do których trzeba się odnieść i którzy muszą być zaproszeni do tej współpracy. Zidentyfikowaliśmy potrzebę dalszego rozwoju koncepcji narzędzi zarządzania ruchu urbanistycznego i w miastach i również jesteśmy przekonani, że trzeba duży nacisk nałożyć na rozwiązania z szczebla Unii Europejskiej, aby zapewnić, że rynek jednolity może rozwinąć się w tym kierunku i tworzenie miejsc pracy, które oczywiście jest głównym nastawieniem Komisji Junckersowej, która nastawiona jest w tym kierunku. Także to będą te czynniki i elementy, do których zapraszam Państwa do dyskusji i zidentyfikować dalsze elementy tego systemu, do których później również możemy się odnieść systematycznie. Po pierwsze, chciałabym zgłębić kwestię rynku usług dronów. Widzimy tutaj 3 płaszczyzny. Po pierwsze są producenci dronów i to jest jakby częścią większego obrazu, który jest powyżej. Jeżeli chodzi o dostawców usług dronowych, widzimy tutaj 2 główne kategorie. Pierwsze to jest wprowadzanie zupełnie nowy rodzaj usług, które nie były możliwe wcześniej, które drony umożliwiały. Natomiast co jest ważniejsze i równie ważne, to jest przekształtowanie sieci i rolę poszczególnych graczy w tych sieciach, w tych strukturach. Ostatni, najważniejszy to jest sam rynek, który widzimy. Widzimy, w jaki sposób już drony bardzo szeroko są zastosowane. Widzimy tutaj bieżącą ewolucję i rozwój. Jeżeli chodzi o kluczowy przekaz, jeżeli chodzi o rynek usług dronowych, to chcemy, żeby był otwarty rynek i elastyczny rynek. Będzie to bardzo ciekawe wyzwanie. Natomiast chciałabym podzielić się z jedną kwestią, która odnosi się do rynku. Rozbieżności dotyczące informacji czy danych na temat rozmiaru rynków są ogromne. Jest to od kilka miliardów euro do roku 2035 do 100 miliardów euro do roku 2020. Czyli gdzie leży prawda? Może Państwo są właśnie kluczem do tej prawdy, do odpowiedzi na to pytanie i poprzez Wasze dyskusje będziemy mogli zamknąć tą rozbieżność, czy zmniejszyć ją. Natomiast jest to zdecydowanie nowy, świeży rynek i wraz z tymi możliwościami pojawiają się wyzwania. Aby omówić z Państwem i mam nadzieję, że dyskusje również odniosą się do tych wyzwań. Po pierwsze to jest, co Państwo potrzebują, żeby być globalnym liderem. Unia Europejska jest zdecydowanie, mamy interesariuszy, którzy są bardzo silni, bardzo ambitni i mamy możliwość tutaj, żeby być liderami i proszę mnie poinformować, w jaki sposób Komisja i ja możemy Państwu wesprzeć i pomóc w tym zakresie. Jakie są wyzwania, które widzimy przed sobą? Po pierwsze, to jest stopień automatyzacji, jakie są standardy, normy, według których musimy działać i postępować. Mam nadzieję, że ta debata dzisiejsza będzie owocna w tym zakresie. Jeżeli chodzi o jednostkowość, potrzebujemy jedną przestrzeń dronową, czy będziemy mieli bardziej fragmentaryczne obszary i strefy i jak ta filozofia czy podejście odnosi się do ogólnego. Oczywiście jeszcze jest integracja globalna. W jaki sposób tego dokonamy globalnie i wszystkie standardy i normy, o których również już wspomniałam. Drugie wyzwanie, które widzimy, to są kwestie zagęszczenia ruchu i jakie są priorytety, gdzie kto ma pierwszeństwo, jakie zasady chcemy ustalić, czy chcemy mieć jednego operatora, miejskich operatorów, regionalnych operatorów. Jakie są Państwa pomysły w tym zakresie? Jestem bardzo ciekawa tego i również Państwa opinii, jak i również jak Państwo się widzą w tym wszystkim. Czwarte to jest oczywiście bezpieczeństwo i kwestie ochrony obywateli i wsparcia w tym zakresie, innowacji i w jaki sposób przekształcamy i jak przygotujemy ramy regulacyjne, prawne, normy i standardy i testy, aby zmniejszyć ten czas do wejścia na rynek, ale musimy przede wszystkim bezpieczeństwo i zabezpieczenia i również ochrony prywatności i jest bardzo ważne. Kolejnym wyzwaniem to są kwestie legislacyjne i prędkość wdrożenia. Myślę, że główne tutaj zmiany zostaną dokonane i jedna z których chciałabym wspomnieć w tej chwili, to, że zapatrujemy się na drony nie jako technologię, tylko jako usługę z perspektywy legislacyjnych i ram prawnych. W jaki sposób ta usługa będzie oferowana i chcielibyśmy do tego odnieść się właśnie w ten sposób i z tej perspektywy. Chciałabym również odnieść się do różnych kwestii finansowych i aspektów finansowych. Po pierwsze, chciałabym odnieść się do dwóch kwestii, które odnoszą się do poprzedniego slajdu. Jeszcze kilka ogłoszeń i zachęt również. Widzimy, żeby odnieść się do dronów w trzech filarach. Po pierwsze to jest eksploatacja dronów, użytkowanie dronów, żeby to było zorientowane na eksploatację, na operację tych dronów i w zależności od rodzaju. Cieszę się, że zgadzamy się z ministrem w tym zakresie, ponieważ już wspierał takie właśnie koncepcje, a po drugie to jest kwestia przestrzeni powietrznej, gdzie wszystkie kwestie bezpieczeństwa, granic przestrzeni, stref przestrzeni i kwestie środowiskowe również. Musimy tutaj w tym zakresie zastanowić się również, jak odnieść się do dronów rekreacyjnych. Oczywiście filarem i sednem tego filaru to oczywiście będzie zarządzanie ruchem. I trzeci filar odnosi się do nowej koncepcji. Unia Europejska w tej chwili rozwija i ja to w tej chwili ogłaszam. To jest koncepcja tak zwana U-Space, czyli przestrzeń urbanistyczna, miejska i tą przestrzeń będziemy traktowali inaczej niż traktujemy. Mamy tą przestrzeń powietrzną i to będzie ta tak zwana przestrzeń U, czyli przestrzeń miejska, urbanistyczna. W tej chwili my to dyskutujemy i zastanawiamy się nad zasadami, które musimy rzeczywiście ustanowić te reguły, które pozwolą nam na zarządzanie właśnie tej przestrzeni miejskiej. Aby to dodatkowo jeszcze rozwinąć, musimy posiadać dobrą propozycję do 2019 i to jest moja silna motywacja, że w ramach mojego nadal mandatu mamy te zasady, które byłyby zastosowane w ramach Europy, to znaczy, że mamy wiele pracy do wykonania ze względu na procesy, które są wdrożone na szczeblu Unii Europejskiej, ale również ze względu na wyzwania, o których już wspomniałam. W tej chwili musimy przejść do finansowania. Mamy klasyczne finansowanie, które wspomniałam. Mamy założone 44 milionów euro na tradycyjne granty. Te 44 miliony są podzielone jakoś na 3 grupy. 9 milionów na badania eksploracyjne, 30 milionów euro na badania i rozwój
rozwój, przemysłowy badania i rozwój i 5 milionów euro na duże pokazy, piloty, które będzie otwarte dla wszystkich i będzie niebawem otwarte. Także proszę być gotowym już na te pilotażowe działania i pokazowe działania. Myślę, że tradycyjne granty nie są wystarczające, subwencje, także chciałabym przekazać i zwrócić Państwu uwagę na dodatkowe jeszcze finansowanie motywacyjne, które pozwoli nam dodatkowo wprowadzić w transporcie i myślimy, tutaj widzimy również innowacyjne instrumenty finansowania, na przykład FC. Czy proszę wobec tego uważać? Mamy w tej chwili w Warszawie, jeżeli chodzi o te zachęty, również wiele moich usług jest obecnych tutaj, żeby podzielić się wszystkich tą wiedzą na temat tego rodzaju finansowania. Tutaj dodatkowym są również mieszane formy finansowania prywatnych inwestycji z unijnym schematem gwarancyjnym, jak i również inwestorów i subwencji i grantów. Także to pozwoli nam również rozwinąć tą strefę tworzenia miejsc pracy. Na końcu chciałabym podkreślić konieczność współpracy. Chciałabym wszystkich Państwa zaprosić wszystkich, żeby Państwo czuli się jako dobrzy partnerzy, jako pewne ekosystem, jako wszystkie reprezentując różne obszary i perspektywy. Potrzebujemy usługi i wszystkie strony, przemysł, który nam przekaże, czego potrzebujecie, użytkownicy, którzy mają przekazać, jakie są potrzeby użytkowników i również poziomy administracyjne, komisyjne, które stworzą te ramy prawne, tak żebyśmy naprawdę to wspólnie utworzyli i z Jarusem, i AKO, i z Cesarem, jak i również EASA. Także tutaj formalnie chciałabym ogłosić stworzenia task force'u, czyli zespołu zadaniowego, specjalistycznego. Celem głównym to będzie monitorowanie, przekazanie standardów, uporanie się z badaniem i kierunkowanie badań i rozwoju w kwestii zidentyfikowania luk, jak i również przyspieszenie wdrożenia. Także wzywam wszystkich Państwa do tego uczestnictwa. Jeżeli Państwo mają zainteresowanie w tym zakresie, to proszę o informacje. I ostatnia kwestia, w jakim kierunku obecnie idziemy. Myślę, że ostatnie miesiące były troszeczkę frustrujące. Wydawało się, że troszeczkę jakby tracimy czy gubimy drogę, ale byliśmy tak bardzo zaangażowani w tym temacie. Podjęliśmy odpowiednie kroki. Od tego momentu będziemy skupiali się nad tym elastycznych i ramach umożliwiające konkretne rozwiązania i poszukiwania innowacyjnych źródeł finansowania wszystkich wysiłków i również będziemy wyszukiwali mechanizmów koordynacji, które są kluczowe dla dalszego rozwoju tego i kierunku rozwoju tego ekosystemu naszego utworzonego. Moja wizja jest taka, żeby drony stały się rzeczywiście częścią od 2019 roku z poczuciem pewności twórców, cywilów, obywateli i mam nadzieję, że Państwo pomogą mi w zakresie tej wizji.
Uprzejmie Pani Komisarz. Teraz o zabranie głosu poproszę dyrektora wykonawczego Europejskiej Agencji Bezpieczeństwa Lotniczego, pana Patryka Ki.
Pani komisarz, panie
Ministrze, sekretarze stanu, drodzy goście, Piotrze, koledzy, koleżanki. Witam Państwa. Naprawdę to jest duża przyjemność, że mogę tutaj być i mogę wspólnie z Państwem uczestniczyć w tej chwili. Dołączyłam do tego 3 lata temu i wtedy w agencji tylko jedna osoba pracowała nad kwestią dronów. I tak naprawdę zajmowała się tym tylko z punktu widzenia ruchu lotniczego. Głównie chodziło o duże drony, które my uważaliśmy za takie prostsze wersje samolotów. I wtedy debatowano, czy to jest kwestia lotnictwa, czy nie, czy Unia Europejska powinna się w to angażować. I trzeba przyznać, że nawet w Komisji Europejskiej odbywały się dyskusje, czy należy to uznać za produkt, czy za środek transportu. Zastanawiano się, jaka będzie dodana wartość dla Unii Europejskiej, czy drony powinny być samolotami, czy powinny być uważane za zabawkę. Dlatego musieliśmy też dużo introspekcji tutaj dokonać w agencji wraz z Komisją Europejską. Są tutaj 3 podstawowe zagadnienia, które udało nam się zrozumieć i które chciałbym Państwu przedstawić. Po pierwsze, jak już zostało powiedziane, to jest biznes, który bardzo szybko się zmienia. Jest wiele nowinek technicznych, nowych modeli biznesowych, które cały czas się pojawiają. Niezwykle ważne jest to, że większość innowacji nie pochodzi z sektora lotniczego rozumianego w tradycyjny sposób. Jest też olbrzymia różnorodność dronów. Są małe, rekreacyjne, drony dużych rozmiarów. Mamy takie różne zastosowania. Pseudosatelity, drony. Mamy statki powietrzne, które też są dronami. I czy my możemy mieć w ogóle jedną regulację, która zajmie się wszystkimi typami tych pojazdów? I kolejne zagadnienie, któremu się przyglądaliśmy, to ryzyko. Ryzyko odpowiedzialności cywilnej i to jest olbrzymia zmiana w porównaniu z lotnictwem, ponieważ ryzyko, jeśli obsługujemy dron, nie dotyczy nas osobiście. Nie musimy też chronić pasażerów, kiedy są na pokładzie naszego statku. Kiedyś drony będą przewozić pasażerów, ale obecnie największym problemem jest ryzyko odpowiedzialności cywilnej wobec osób trzecich. I to jest kompletnie nowe podejście do oceny ryzyka. Także uważam, że bardzo jasna jest jedna kwestia, która została wspomniana przez panią komisarz. Drony użytkują przestrzeń powietrzną i powinny być także uznane za element lotnictwa. Więc jak zorganizowaliśmy nasze prace w obliczu tych zmian? Ustaliliśmy po pierwsze, że tradycyjne podejście nie sprawdzi się przy dronach i regulatorzy powinni chronić bezpieczeństwo obywateli, ale także powinni dać przestrzeń innowacjom i biznesowi. Po trzecie, i myślę, że to jest najważniejszy element, na którym opiera się nasza polityka wobec dronów, to ryzyko. Wszystko powinno sprowadzać się do ryzyka. I rynki globalne, europejskie wchodzą tutaj w grę, ale usługi są na poziomie lokalnym. Zatem musimy tu wyważyć tą subsydiarność między rynkami światowymi i lokalnymi, bo usługi są na poziomie lokalnym. Dlatego zaproponowaliśmy podejście skoncentrowane na operacjach czy obsłudze. I myślę, że to odpowiada potrzebom wszystkim zainteresowanym. Musimy także nauczyć się. Bezpieczeństwo lotnicze pozwoliło nam uczyć się na podstawie wszystkich wypadków i incydentów. Więc jeśli chcemy zarządzać ryzykiem w dronach, musimy uczyć się na podstawie słabych punktów systemu, wyciągać wnioski i stworzyć system uczenia się, który będzie polegał na komunikacji między interesariuszami i władzami. W praktyce po 3 latach do czego doszliśmy? Drony stały się priorytetem w przestrzeni lotniczej. Komisja Europejska podjęła bardzo mądrą decyzję. Zdecydowano nie tworzyć się osobnej regulacji dla dronów, ale sprawić, że będzie ona częścią generalnych regulacji Komisji. Pracujemy z nowymi interesariuszami, państwem, czyli społecznością związaną z dronami i bardzo wiele nauczyliśmy się już z wymiany informacji, jaką z państwem utrzymujemy i będziemy w stanie zaproponować rozwiązania, które myślimy odpowiadają państwa oczekiwaniom. Stworzyliśmy też zespoły działania na poziomie technicznym. Jeden zajmuje się problemem kolizji dronów z tradycyjnymi samolotami, a drugi zespół zajmuje się tak zwanym geofencing, czyli granicami wirtualnymi. Jak sprawić, że dron nie wejdzie w przestrzeń lotniczą, w której nie powinien być. Materiały na ten temat są dostępne na naszej stronie. Uczymy się w praktyce, wydajemy certyfikaty dla dużych dronów, tak aby uczyć się, jakie są słabe punkty systemu. W tradycyjnym lotnictwie słaby punkt to głównie lądowanie i startowanie, a w przypadku dużych dronów słabym punktem jest moment sterowania. I to jest fundamentalna zmiana w podejściu do certyfikowania i bezpieczeństwa dronów. Musimy także przygotować się na przyszłość. Tak jak mówiła pani komisarz, musimy zaangażować się w proces certyfikowania dużych dronów i dużych użytkowników. Musimy sprawić, że te drony będą w stanie funkcjonować w regularnej przestrzeni lotniczej. W Izraelu regularnie stosuje się drony w cywilnej przestrzeni lotniczej, więc jest to możliwe. Tam to się udało, więc musimy zapewnić, że będzie to prowadzone z powodzeniem w europejskiej przestrzeni lotniczej. Musimy także pracować nad tak zwaną przestrzenią urbanistyczną miejską. Mówimy tutaj o pasażerach korzystających z samodzielnych statków powietrznych, autonomicznych statków powietrznych. Będą to nowe rodzaje statków w przestrzeni miejskiej, czy będą latać wysoko, jakie będą potrzeby wydawania pozwoleń na to. I też na koniec chciałabym powtórzyć to, co powiedziała pani komisarz. Musimy pilnie zająć się kwestią zautomatyzowanego zarządzania ruchem małych dronów na niższej wysokości. Podchodzimy do tego z pokorą. Jeśli chodzi o certyfikowanie i bezpieczeństwo tradycyjnych samolotów, regulatorzy mówili producentom czy przewoźnikom, tak ma być, tak to powinno być zrobione, tak proszę obsługiwać samolot. A w przypadku dronów my musimy uczyć się od Was. Wy jesteście w lepszej pozycji do tego, by ocenić ryzyko i dlatego z wielką chęcią będziemy słuchać Państwa i wszystkich Państwa prezentacji w trakcie tej konferencji, aby uczyć się od Państwa, rozmawiać z Państwem. I jestem przekonany, że z wielką chęcią wdrożymy w praktyce wnioski z warszawskiej deklaracji, bo na pewno będzie deklaracja warszawska, tak jak była deklaracja ryska, która będzie podstawą naszych prac. Bardzo dziękuję.
Bardzo dziękuję panie dyrektorze, ponieważ za chwilkę będziemy musieli pożegnać panią komisarz i pana ministra. Chcielibyśmy teraz wszystkich państwa zaprosić do wspólnego zdjęcia i dlatego tutaj zaraz fotograf przyjdzie z odpowiednimi narzędziami. Chciałbym poprosić wszystkich państwa o powstanie. Could we please all stand up for a family photo and just make sure you see the photographer. Można powiedzieć, że rolą moderatora jest to, żeby w sytuacjach trudnych zabawiać gości, kiedy pojawiają się techniczne trudności. W związku z tym ja może nie przedłużając kolejnej części, drabina już się znalazła, fotograf wchodzi na drabinę. Bardzo proszę się ładnie uśmiechnąć tutaj do zdjęcia. Ponieważ jest takie ryzyko, że to zdjęcie pojawi się później w internecie, w związku z tym tych z Państwa, którzy chcą zobaczyć się na obrazku, prosimy, żeby upewnili się, że widzą ze swojego miejsca obiektyw fotografa, który właśnie będzie wchodził na drabinę. Więc ja też dołączę. Face me for a moment. Wonderful. But please continue. Thank you very much. Yeah, that's a good idea. I think we'll have the opportunity during Yannick's panel, so maybe later on. Bardzo dziękuję Państwu. Chcielibyśmy podziękować za obecność panu ministrowi Andrzejowi Adamczykowi, ministrowi infrastruktury i budownictwa oraz europejskiej komisarz do spraw mobilności i transportu pani Violetcie Bulc. Bardzo dziękuję jeszcze raz. Za chwilę przejdziemy do sesji panelowych. Tutaj będzie jedna mała zmiana, którą Państwo już pewnie zauważyli. Natomiast jeszcze zanim przejdziemy do kolejnego panelu, o którego prowadzenie poproszę Daniela, kilka ogłoszeń technicznych. Pierwsze ogłoszenie jest takie, że w każdym z paneli będzie na początek kilka prezentacji, a na koniec odbędzie się krótka sesja pytań i odpowiedzi. I wówczas chcielibyśmy Państwa poprosić, a może teraz poproszę o ten slajd ze slajdu, chcielibyśmy Państwa poprosić o zadawanie pytań poprzez aplikację slajdu, która już była testowana na wcześniejszych konferencjach EASY. Tutaj jest pierwsze pytanie i adres internetowy slajdu.com. Można również pobrać aplikację slajdu na swój telefon, tablet w każdym systemie, zarówno Android, jak i iOS. I poprosimy Państwa o głosowanie. Obiecuję, że w momencie, kiedy zbierzemy wystarczającą liczbę odpowiedzi, te wyniki zostaną wyświetlone na ekranie. Czyli logujemy się poprzez stronę slajdu.com, wpisujemy hashtag EASA i głosujemy na to pytanie, odpowiadając tak lub nie. To jest jedno ogłoszenie, a druga możliwość jest taka, że mogą Państwo zadawać swoje własne pytania. Do tego bardzo zachęcamy, ponieważ nie zdążymy zadać wszystkich pytań, które pojawią się z sali. W związku z tym będzie można głosować na pytania pojawiające się w aplikacji slajdu i te, które uzyskają najwięcej Państwa głosów, będą później tutaj zadawane prelegentom i panelistom. Bardzo dziękuję. Teraz chciałbym poprosić Daniela Michaelsa o zabranie głosu i poprowadzenie kolejnego panelu.
Dzień dobry Państwu, witam serdecznie. To dla mnie zaszczyt, że mogę tu dzisiaj z Państwem być. Może wiedzieli już Państwo w materiałach, że przez 15 lat jako dziennikarz Wall Street Journal zajmowałem się przemysłem lotniczym w Europie. Wcześniej, jeszcze w latach 90. byłem dziennikarzem Wall Street Journal tu w Warszawie. Do tej pory nie miałem okazji połączyć tych dwóch doświadczeń. Jest to więc dla mnie ogromna przyjemność, że mam w końcu tę szansę tu w Warszawie. And now I'll switch to English and would like to invite our first panel
zaprosić Państwa do naszego pierwszego panelu, prezentacji i dyskusji.
Piotr Samson,
Mieliśmy tutaj drobną zmianę. Piotr Samson, PO, prezesa Urzędu Lotnictwa Cywilnego, będzie w pierwszym panelu, zatem witam Pana. Paneliści już są z nami. Pan Matthew Baldwin, wicedyrektor generalny Dyrekcji Generalnej MOVE, Komisja Europejska. Pan Jacek Krawczyk, przewodniczący Grupy Pracodawców Europejski Komitet Ekonomiczno-Społeczny. I dr Chris Verhoeven, który jest profesorem w Uniwersytecie Technicznym w Delft. Pan Samson ma mało czasu, więc podzieli się kilkoma uwagami z nami, a później opuści salę, więc oddam Panu teraz szybko głos.
Dzień dobry Państwu. W imieniu Urzędu Lotnictwa Cywilnego, współorganizatora, chciałem serdecznie Państwa powitać, podziękować za to, że przyjechaliście dzisiaj do Warszawy. Ja chciałbym powiedzieć o dronach trochę z innej perspektywy. Taka mała anegdota. Blisko 20 lat temu Steve Jobs wymyślił to urządzenie. Państwo znacie to urządzenie. To jest iPhone. 20 lat temu Steve Jobs nie przewidywał, jak bardzo ten iPhone, znaczy może Steve Jobs przewidywał, ale cały świat nie przewidywał, jak iPhone zmieni realia świata telekomunikacji. Myślę, że jest bardzo duża analogia pomiędzy tą technologią, technologią smartfonów, a dronami. Tym, o czym będziemy dyskutować dzisiaj. Wiemy, że to się rozwija, natomiast myślę, że trudno nam jest przypuszczać, jak bardzo to się rozwinie i do jakiego poziomu dojdzie to w perspektywie 20 lat. To, co jest najważniejsze, to to, żebyśmy byli przygotowani na ten rozwój i żebyśmy zagwarantowali, że ten rozwój będzie przede wszystkim gwarantował bezpieczeństwo operacji. I taka jest rola przede wszystkim w Polsce Urzędu Lotnictwa Cywilnego, na świecie EASY, ICAO również, aby zagwarantować bezpieczny rozwój tej technologii, ale nie blokować tego, bo nie będziemy w stanie tego w jakiś sposób zablokować. Możemy tylko spowodować, że będzie się to rozwijać w sposób bezpieczny dla dobra ludzi, dla dobra społeczeństw i również dla dobra biznesu. I to tyle w dwóch słowach chciałem powiedzieć na początku. Jeszcze raz serdecznie Państwa witam, bardzo dziękuję za tak liczny udział w naszej konferencji. Ja będę musiał teraz na chwilę Państwa opuścić, ale zaraz wrócę do panelu. Dziękuję bardzo.
Dziękuję bardzo, Panie Prezesie. Now, Matthew Baldwin.
Well, good morning, everyone. Good morning, Dan. Good to see some old friends on the panel. I shall be relatively brief this morning. You've heard extensively from our Commissioner as to how she sees the exciting moments we're in. I wanted to just say a couple of words by way of introduction about how we see this conference now unfolding. And in particular, I'd like you to ask you and all panelists and all
Chciałbym
speakers
zapytać Państwa, poprosić Państwa i wszystkich uczestników, żebyśmy zastanowili się, w jaki sposób możemy ukształtować deklarację warszawską. Mamy pewne zamysły, natomiast chciałabym, żeby jednak wszyscy się w to zaangażowali. Może pozwoli to również, żeby paneliści też zastanowili się głębiej, w jaki sposób i w jakim kierunku możemy iść w tym zakresie deklaracji warszawskiej. I jako krótkie wprowadzenie chciałbym poprosić moich dwóch panelistów, żeby zastanowić się nad generalnie, jak wygląda z perspektywy technologicznej i generalnie, jeżeli przeszkadzało się w szkole na przykład, to pani je zwykle wypraszała, jeżeli zaburzało się, zakłócało się zajęcia. I obecnie to jest uznane jako czynnik prowokujący pewne zmiany. Myślę, że mamy tutaj dwie osoby, które mogą spojrzeć na to z perspektywy właśnie zakłóceń regulacyjnych i technologicznych. Dla mnie dużym, ważnym pytaniem jest, czy my jako regulatorzy możemy iść z takim tempem, jak wy Państwo. To jest pytanie za $1 milion. W jaki sposób możemy podążać za tym, kiedy mówiliśmy o przestrzeni powietrznej i pewnej przestrzeni tej przestrzeni U, czyli przestrzenie bezzałogowych statków powietrznych. W jaki sposób ta przestrzeń tak zwana U, czyli przestrzeń urbanistyczna, przestrzeń miejska może odnieść się do tych obszarów i w jaki sposób możemy odnieść się również do tej przestrzeni, w której będziemy działać. Także Dan, może zatrzymam się tutaj, ale proszę zadawać mi pytania również podczas naszej rundy dyskusyjnej. Panie Krawczyk.
Pozwólcie, że w związku z charakterem mojej obecności przejdę na angielski. Jeśli mogę, so good morning everybody and just...
Dzień dobry Państwu. Jeszcze kilka pomysłów na temat stanowiska naszego Komitetu Europejskiego Społecznego, który też jest mocno zaangażowany w przekazywanie opinii EASA na temat dronów. Myślę, że to, co ważne jest wspomnieć, że to, co się dzieje z dronami i całego sektora, jest częścią czegoś większego, tego, co widzimy na świecie. To generalnie rewolucja przemysłowa 4.0. Kiedy mówimy o dronach, to zdecydowanie musimy zastanowić się jako część europejskiego przemysłu lotniczego, aeronautycznego. Także musimy się zastanowić nad tym i spojrzeć na to z tej perspektywy, ponieważ musimy wszelkim kosztem uniknąć tego, co było choroba fragmentacji sektora i przemysłu lotniczego. Nie chcemy, żeby drony jakby weszły na jakąś własną, oddzielną drogę. Oczywiście są bardzo różnice finansowania, legislacyjne różnice, natomiast widzimy to, jak spojrzeć na to w zakresie szerszego kontekstu przemysłu lotniczego i sektora przemysłowego. Myślę, że warto również wspomnieć ponownie i słyszałam, jak pani komisarz wspominała, że Unia Europejska stara się w tej chwili przejść przez wdrożenie właśnie strategii lotniczej i po raz pierwszy od wielu, wielu lat jesteśmy na takim miejscu jako instytucje unijne, żeby proponować wszystkim interesariuszom kierunek, który mógłby być przedstawiony i rozwinięty holistycznie. Myślę, że lotnictwo stało się coraz bardziej złożoną działalnością i biznesem. Czy to linie lotnicze, czy lotniska, czy wszystkie pokrewne sektory, przemysły i branże, one są zróżnicowane, ale również są holistyczne. Także sugeruję, żeby wszyscy nie wchodzili na drogę rozdzielenia się, czyli raczej podejścia holistycznego. Myślę, że to również jest ważne, żebyśmy mieli pewien wymiar unijny jako ważny punkt wyjścia. Nie tylko silny rynek wewnętrzny dronów. Proszę pamiętać, że czy reprezentujemy 400 milionów ludzi, czy jest Wielka Brytania, czy nie, i potencjalny rynek, potencjalnych użytkowników, czy to komercyjne, czy to urządzenia, jest ogromny i do tego potrzebne są regulacje. Regulacje również muszą być silnym partnerem na szczeblu międzynarodowym, negocjowania innych umów innymi agendami, innymi agencjami i państwami, żeby rozpocząć również kontekst dronów na szczeblu międzynarodowym. To jest bardzo ważne, jeżeli chcemy utrzymać siłę sektora unijnego i żeby pozostał konkurencyjny. Jedno słowo tutaj, myślę, że to jest wyjątkowo istotne i ważne i żeby podkreślić, że jeżeli chodzi o bezpieczeństwo, to mamy przywództwo EASA, współpracy z Komisją i również potrzebujemy kogoś, który jest ostatecznie odpowiedzialny. Jeżeli mamy pozostawić odpowiedzialność w ramach EASY, to również muszą być ustanowione pewne zasady, podstawy i ramy. Ja zrozumiałem, jak bardzo mocny, prężny jest ten rynek, ponieważ mój syn właśnie przed świętami, mój syn chce tylko drona otrzymać na gwiazdkę, także może akurat ten będzie dobry. Musiałbym znaleźć miejsce, żeby go przechowywać, ale tak daleko właśnie idziemy w tym zakresie, jeżeli chodzi o nie tylko wojskowe, komercyjne zastosowanie dronów, ale w jaki sposób to wyjdzie w nasze życie. I to jest czymś, co pan Samson wspomniał i mogę tylko podkreślić, że chciałbym poprosić, żebyśmy zastanowili się wszyscy nad tym, ponieważ jest to kwestia technologii, jest to kwestia wsparcia europejskiego, jest to kwestia regulacji europejskich, ale proszę pamiętać, że jest to jakby całkiem nowy ewenement, ale również powinien być przyjazny dla tych użytkowników, którzy niekoniecznie potrafią.
Thank you. Professor Verhoeven?
Professor Verhoeven? Jestem profesorem Politechniki Uniwersytetu Technicznego w Delft i ten wykład będzie na temat przyszłości. Pochodzę oczywiście, jak Państwo słyszeli, z uniwersytetu, także jako badacze również przewidujemy, budujemy modele. Jedyne niedociągnięcie tego to jest, że przyszłość nie istnieje i w istocie nie może być w modelach, znajdować się w modelach. Czyli jak można w taki wynalazek. Ja jestem inżynierem, pracuję na Uniwersytecie Technicznym, w Szkole Inżynierów. Oni wykonują tą pracę badawczą i kojarzą to z tym, co wiedzą z innych pokrewnych branż i dziedzin. Także budują coś i ta rzecz jest potem wprowadzana do społeczeństwa w jakimś wymiarze. I potem jest jeszcze pierwszy kontakt, że na przykład niepotrzebny jest telefon, samochód czy parowóz. Natomiast z czasem w swoim codziennym życiu i działalności znajdzie się zastosowanie i nagle pojawia się popyt na rynku. Czyli najpierw jest wynalazek, ponieważ jakiś głupi inżynierowie wymyślą sobie, że chcą latać. To jest na przykład nierealistyczne, ale jednak decydują się na to, marzą o tym i budują samolot, pojazd, statek powietrzny. Oczywiście społeczeństwo kojarzy, że to jakoś z pociągami, potem okazuje się, że samolot jest szybszy i tak ten proces wygląda. Chcą mieć szybsze samoloty i przemysł, pojawia się popyt na to rozwiązanie, na ten wynalazek. Także nie ma bezpośredniej korelacji pomiędzy społeczeństwem a zamiarami. Społeczeństwo nie prosi o wynalazek. Jeżeli wrócilibyśmy do średniowiecza, gdyby tak było. Także w tym całym rysunku, co ważne jest, że społeczeństwo jakby spotyka się z tym, czym my się zajmujemy. To jest ten proces udomowienia w cudzysłowie. I wtedy dopiero społeczeństwo zaczyna udamawiać pomysł i założenie. Jeżeli tak jest, to Społeczeństwo jest jeden z największych aktorów, jeżeli chodzi o przyjmowanie systemu. Potem są również uniwersytety, politechniki, którzy zajmują się budową. Świat się znajduje też na tym schemacie, na tym rysunku, na tym slajdzie i dyskutujemy, jak przechodzić dalej. Potem jest jeszcze trzecia kwestia, której dzisiaj już rozmawialiśmy, to są kwestie legislacyjne, ram prawnych. Jeżeli nie będziemy uważać, to legislacja w nagłym momencie blokuje nam wszystko i wtedy nie będzie, w cudzysłowie, udomowienia wynalazku i pomysłu. Oczywiście to może być model europejski, nie mówię, że to jest światowy, ponieważ maszyneria cały czas jest w ruchu, w toku i musimy ostrożnie uważać, co się dzieje w tej sferze, czyli od tego pierwszego kontaktu przez legislację do udomowienia, przyjmowania i wtedy otrzymujemy innowacje i wsparcie przemysłowe i umożliwić bezpośredni kontakt. To powinno być, mówiliśmy tutaj o skojarzenie i musimy zastanowić się nad tym, co to jest robot właściwie. Roboty to można sklasyfikować na różne sposoby, czy działają na środowisko, czy nie, ale tak naprawdę to są te roboty, które potrafią wyczuwać środowisko, myśleć i poruszać się w jakiś sposób. Jeżeli przyjmiemy, zobaczymy ten filmik, to tak naprawdę roślina nawet spełnia tą definicję. Jest to dokonane bardzo wolno i wtedy jakby jest myślenie chemiczne. Jeżeli zastanowimy się, to również mamy pewne elektrochemiczne myślenie i potem widziałem pewne roboty, które ruszają się szybciej niż oko ludzkie. Także ja widziałem rozwój, który wygląda jak to ewolucja, ale tak naprawdę rzeczywiście jest to ewolucja. Jeżeli spojrzymy na taksonomię fauny i flory, to widzimy, że coś ciekawego się dzieje w tej ewolucji. Ważne jest, żeby to sobie uświadomić, ponieważ dzięki nam nowe gatunki się pojawiają. To są te elektroidy, czyli elektryczne, jakby napędzone elektrycznie zwierzęta. Czym są roboty? To są zwierzęta. Ludzie mogą się do tego przyzwyczaić, potrafią to udomowić w cudzysłowie i ile tak naprawdę już jest przekazane na to przyjęte przez społeczeństwo i również może jest to mniej przewidywalne. Jeżeli spojrzymy na to, to mają kontakt radiowy, przekaz elektryczny w mięśniach.
And that last thing is very important for us because it means that they can directly tap into big data systems. Well, you know what big data is. In big data, we have a bunch of information. We take a supercomputer. We run the information through the supercomputer. We recognize a pattern, and that's it. So later, when we see a similar pattern, we can recognize it so we can do a prediction. And if robots can tap into big data, it means they know all there is to know, they see all correlations, and they are perfect fortune tellers. A mind that has nothing to do with intelligence, just predictions. So what does this mean for drones? Well, we are afraid of drones because of things like this, but if you ever did snorkel diving, you may have noticed that it is impossible to touch a fish in the school when you're in between. So I thought this can be inspirational for drones also. So the actors in this field are pilots, birds and drones. And then we have this problem, why can't we stop birds from downing aircraft? And I say that's very simple, because we cannot design them. But we can design drones. So we can give them this. So any drone will be able to know when aircraft are coming, who is the pilot, how the pilot reacts to a drone, and so on. The drone knows everything and can predict everything, which means that a fully autonomous drone will safely avoid any aircraft. So remember this, a fully autonomous drone is safer than a bird. And that means that humans have to leave the control loop, not mess with the joystick to make a drone avoid an aircraft. Let the drone do it by itself. It will be faster and better at it. But of course, we have to stay in command. And this staying in command, you can also apply to, say, more aggressive animals. We know dogs can be aggressive, but they can also be nice. I told you drones can be nice. They could also be aggressive. But remember, if a dog bites a person, it's because its boss said, bite him. So the responsibility is not by the dog, but by the guy that does it, by the guy who is in command. So drones are safe always. It just matters on who sends the command. Leave the control loop, stay in control. So actually this is a very funny picture. People in the control loop. A nearly autonomous drone is much more dangerous than a fully autonomous drone. A fully autonomous drone will be perfectly able to recognize the target, identify it, see potential collateral damage, sacrifice itself if it shouldn't do that, and a control drone will be worse at that. So we have to go for fully autonomous drones. Brings me to the final remark I want to make. What we really have to discuss is who is in command. And if a big data system is in command and tells us there should be something with that guy, do something about it, and there's nobody in command, that's what we have to be afraid of. So don't think about dangerous drones, think about dangerous people sending fully autonomous drones. They will listen to their boss. So that brings me to the conclusion. First remember, robots are animals. Look at animals, think of robots as animals, look at law for animals, and know how people will accept animals. Know what they can do, how safe they will be. And that means that when we talk about letting drones enter in society and having the domestication, we must enable domestication, so enable direct contact. In cities, robots and drones should just be alive. People should get used to it. People said, do you like so many drones above your head? And I said, do you like birds above your head? Well, birds will give droppings, drones won't. So in the end, people will like better drones above their heads than birds. And autonomous drones are safer than birds. Remember this, we accept horses. Horses are fully autonomous. You can just tell them to go somewhere and they will keep you safe. Same for autonomous robots. Autonomous cars are safer than horses. So you have something like that. So we have to remember this. Humans should leave the control loop and humans should stay in command. That's what I wanted to tell you. And then, if there's time, I have one last thing to show to you. A fully autonomous drone, a very little one. It has a camera on board. On the green screen, you will, yellow, you will see the camera. On this camera image, you'll see what the drone sees, and it can only take two decisions. If I see a lot, like a lot of you, it's far away. If I see not a lot, it's a wall, I have to avoid it. And then you get this. Oh, sorry. Technicians should have started it. Can you start the movie? Doesn't work, pity. It flies like a bird, and it can sniff for explosive or drugs, and that will bring me to this picture of the future. If you have drones around, you will have something like this. Little guardian angels flying around trying to sniff for drugs and for explosives, and we call it the self-deploying sensor network. I believe that these are the drones that we'll see the first, and for the rest, remember my conclusions. They're just animals, treat them like animals. Society will accept them and everything will be okay. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, everyone, and thank you for being so brief and helping us stay to schedule. Do we have time for a quick question? Are there any questions from Slido yet, do we know? Okay. Do we have a moment for a question? I think we're just going to wind this up very quickly. I guess very quickly, as we move from the Riga Declaration to the Warsaw Declaration, if you had to pick one priority, what would you say is the job one at this moment? If we just very quickly go through the panel. Matthew?
On the basis that repetition is always a good thing, I would say, as a general concept, It is about ensuring that as regulators we move at the speed of innovators. Now that's not words that we'll put into the declaration, but that's what lies behind it, and that's what I hope we can generate in terms of a series of concrete actions to flow from this Warsaw Conference. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Mr. Krawczyk?
Well, I think that we have to maintain very strong European Union dimension to the drones, because I think the synergy here is tremendous, and we can create a very powerful industry which will be able to compete outside. That's critically important.
Professor Verhoeven?
Yeah, and for me it concerns autonomy. Especially in the Netherlands, it's extremely difficult to get permission to fly an autonomous drone, which means we'll never learn how to do it. So we should get rid of that kind of legislation.
Thank you all. I think we can pick up many of these questions later in the following panels. Feel free to ask questions from the audience at that point. We're going to take a coffee break now, and we will reconvene at noon? At 12, yes. So thank you very much, and please everybody be back here promptly at noon. Thank you, and thank you again all.
Szanowni Państwo, zapraszamy już z powrotem na salę obrad. Ladies and gentlemen, please come back.
Take your seats.
Szanowni Państwo, jeszcze raz
Ladies and gentlemen, please come back to the room.
come back to the next panel session. Maybe before we start, just a small announcement, because it appears that we would need drones for some video surveillance here in the hotel, because one of our guests has left his mobile Samsung white phone. So if you've seen it anywhere, just please give it at the hotel reception desk or inform me so I can give it back to our guest. A white Samsung phone is missing. Please report to myself or hotel reception if found. Another small announcement, we still encourage you to vote in our poll. Can Europe establish a common drone market by 2019? And as you see, the result are 77% yes and only 23 no, which is a good information. I'm happy for that. You can also ask questions to the panelists and at this slido.com, just use the hashtag EASA, and you can ask questions, you can vote for the questions, and the questions that receive the more votes will appear at the top of the list. So please welcome back to this second panel, Industry Operators Outlook, what opportunities offer drones and where to seek economic value. And just maybe before we invite our speakers, just a few words of introduction. And you know that drone manufacturing has been recently valued by PwC at $1.44 billion. And we also heard that this is a technology that has got a clearly disruptive character. We've heard from the EU Commission what's next steps are they planning. But let us now give the floor to the drone manufacturers who will discuss how to benefit from the opportunities offered by the emerging drone technology, how to integrate drones in the company's value chain, and how to implement a favorable regulatory framework. So please help me welcome Mr. Yannick Levy, Director of Business Development at Paro, Mr. José Luis Rodrigues, the Director of the Confederation of European Security Services, Mr. Piotr Wojciechowski, the CEO at WB Electronics, and Mr. Lorenzo Fiori, the Senior Vice President at Leonardo Helicopter Division. And as the first person, I will ask Mr. Yannick to do his speech. Thank you.
So thank you very much. Very interesting presentation so far. I was thinking maybe I should show a little bit of use cases of what we do with our drone. Just first to describe quickly who we are. Parrot is a French company based in Paris with about 1,000 people, and about 2/3 of our business is drones now. We started 6 years ago with a drone called the AR drone, which is a consumer drone that really brought the drone from, I would say, a relatively niche market of modelists into a mass market. And so this drone has started to sell in large retail stores like MediaMarkt, Fnac, and in the US, of course, in Best Buys and others. So this has been the history of this. So I brought you one here, and just to show you how we can replace the ladder of this morning. So this is based on my smartphone. So I'm gonna try not to, trying not to hit the other drone. But so you see this is a 500-gram drone flying completely autonomously now. You see I'm controlling it from my smartphone, but obviously I have nothing to do, and it's able to control its position even indoor. So I will make a little picture of the room now, which I will send you. Okay. So I'm not necessarily an expert. I will not land. Don't be worried, don't be worried. Everything's okay. So maybe if you can show some of the videos that I brought, that would be nice, because I could explain a little bit what we're talking about. So here is the Bebop used in a consumer environment. Actually, one of the features that a lot of people are talking about recently is the follow me feature, which allows typically people doing sport to be followed by the drone when doing their regular sport, whether it's bicycle or horse riding or canoeing and so on. And so this shows some of the advanced features that we are implementing in these drones today, which really show that drones are becoming indeed autonomous, like it was already said this morning. And of course, this is transforming today the world of these consumer drones, because they are used more and more as a flying camera. And I prefer without the sound, if possible. Thank you. Controlled with a simple smartphone, you see that already for consumers, this is something that is obviously becoming super easy to use. And today, switching to regulation, you know that for consumers, There is no special license required or anything like this, which is good. This is what enabled this market. The fact that you don't have to go to an exam and take a license is a very good thing, which means that, of course, people have to be careful about where they use their drones. It has to be far away from people, it has to be far away from airports. But once you've said this, and that you follow the privacy rule, it really enabled a complete new market. And thanks to this presence in the consumer world, we are obviously innovating a lot, and not only us. There's very high competition coming from everywhere in the world, especially from China, but also from the US. And so this is another type of drone that we invented this year, which is a fixed-wing drone for consumers. So it embarks a camera, just like the Bebop that you saw here. Of course, I'm not going to fly with the fixed-wing drone here because it would require a little bit more space than this room. But you see that by putting glasses on your eyes, you can actually see what the plane, what the drone sees, and this gives extraordinary feelings for people. I encourage you, if you haven't tried, to fly with immersive glasses to check what this is. Again, this is a new regulatory issue because as of today, if you look at the various regulations in Europe, a lot of regulations, let's say, are not so clear about letting you fly with glasses on your nose. Some let you do it if you have someone with you to check where the drone is. Some actually don't say anything today. So this is again an innovation which I think is going to be important. Now looking a little bit at professional use, you can see that there is a gray area between consumer use and professional use. This is something we've done with the fire brigades near Paris, who are today using on a daily basis the Parrot Bebop for their missions. It's very interesting for them because it's light, it's simple to use, and they can use it to save lives. Here you see that they were able to find someone standing on the roof. They can map the areas that they operate on. They can look at the temperature of the fire and see where they have to launch water. So this is an example here where you see that a consumer drone can be used by a professional in a very simple way. There is no specific hardware difference between a consumer and a professional drone. It's just what you do with it that makes a difference. A final demo is what we do in agriculture. We believe agriculture is a major market. I'm holding this little sensor here in my hand. You see that it is as small as a little GoPro camera. It fits on any drone. And this brings images of fields to crop consultants and farmers, which allow them to reduce nitrogen that they use on their field, reduce pesticides that they use on their field, reduce pollution, and also increase their yield. It is believed that thanks to this technology of drone in agriculture, we could produce up to 15% more food in the future on a given field, which is enormous when you think about a planet that will soon have 10 billion people that needs to eat, and of course we want to reduce the amount of chemicals we are using. So with these examples, I just want to show that because it's small, because it's light, we need what EASA called open regulation. We believe that the open scenario is really something that is super important for this market to develop. You can see that this market is happening now. In agriculture, for example, we've flown 150,000 hectares last year over more than 10,000 farmers with this technology. So it's not a 2019 market, it's a 2015, 16, 17 market, which is already occurring today. And we need to have a European-wide regulation. It's very important. Today, we cannot have a different situation if we operate on an Italian field, on a Spanish field, on a Polish field. We need to make sure that the operators know what they are doing, that we have the same software, the same hardware everywhere in Europe. That will make us, European manufacturers, much stronger on this market, that if we have to adapt to every single regulation. So again, I think what you saw here is showing that open regulation is very important because this will enable a lot of jobs. Just in France, in the agriculture market, we have already created 100 operators' job to fly these drones over the fields. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Levy. If we can switch the chairs now, so I can ask the next speaker, Mr. José Luis Rodriguez from the Confederation of European Security Services.
To all of the present authorities and ladies and gentlemen, good morning to everyone. I would like to thank the entire organization of the event for the opportunity to coalesce the Confederation of the European Security Services to join this very important conference. In following minutes, we intend to demonstrate the opportunities to private security and, what is more important, to provide safety and security with services with more efficiency. What is COES? COES is the Confederation of the European Security Services, and we represent private security in 24 countries, of which 20 EU members states. What is our mission? Our mission is to protecting people 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, in different scenarios and in different segments of our society. Thank you. Some facts and figures about security services. We work with more than 2.2 million private security guards, more or less the equivalent to the number of police agents in Europe. More than 34 billion euro turnover and 60,000 private security companies. Special about drones, we have already different active solutions in many countries, in Europe and Latin America. Now, I will show you the main opportunities to use drones in our industry. We have already a lot of projects where we use drones as an important part of the security services. This type of device is very helpful in terms of efficiency and provides us great opportunities and support in terms of risks for our agents, and allows for very short time in terms of response. Although the access of the special situations and locations is much easier with a drone. When we talk about drones, we are referring to special drones, prepared to deliver security services and not a regular one, which is available in online stores. We assume and insist that drones for security missions should always be piloted by licensed staff. This means with a pilot license and a security license delivered by the authorities supervising security service in the member states. In case of alarm, a drone is normally very fast in indoor situations and also in outdoor scenarios. The possibility to transport special sensors like gas, for instance, and evaluate the areas is the big step for our services in terms of security. Also, it's very, very important that the authorities may have equipment to act against unauthorized flights and unauthorized pilots or users. And now, our conclusions and main message about the drones in private security services around Europe. Safety and security services with drones are much more efficient. This is very important for the society. Security missions must be covered by national legislation governing security services. Flexibility and responsibility must grow together. Night flights and flights over inhabited and restricted areas will be the daily operation environment for high-performing private security services. There is and should be a clear differentiation between professional services and fun products. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rodriguez, and thank you for saving us 2 minutes, which brings us to the third panelist, Mr. Wojciechowski from WB Electronics. Please, the floor is yours.
Wojciech Wojciechowski Piotr, będę mówić po polsku, prezentacja jest po angielsku, także bardzo proszę o wybaczenie, ale tak postanowiłem zrównoważyć ten przekaz. Jestem prezesem grupy WB Electronics, jednocześnie grupa WB Electronics jest liderem
WB Electronics, who is also a leader of the Polish technological platform for UAVs. I would also like to thank you for the invitation. I think that this is a huge honor for us to be able to present our achievements here. My presentation will be concentrated on the application of using UAVs and our experiences in recent years that we have gained. We need to notice that in light of current legal regulations, a lot of UAV in civil areas don't exist. That market basically doesn't exist yet. Currently, we can say that the market for civil purposes of UAVs is dedicated to monitoring and filming events, for example. Drone technologies, however, created for military purposes, are applicable in the civil sphere, especially in large investments, structural investments, which monitor also various types of energy, telecommunication, crisis situations, removal of force majeure events and other catastrophes, environmental protection, as well as, in the near future, various types of transport services. I would like to say that we have drones available on a daily basis. We can see them at the supermarket, but each of us can also see drones, for example, driving around, like vacuum cleaners or lawnmowers. Now I'd like to concentrate on aircraft drones. Some of the solutions which are you can see in the foyer. I invite you to our presentation and our stand. Monitoring in high power events and high power voltage lines and power lines, the identifying geometries of curves also supplies, as well as any kind of breakdowns. What are the benefits? First of all, we can do an inspection with the voltage on, and this means that we can also reduce costs related to such an maintenance or inspection. It can also be in wet areas, in highland areas or mountain areas. It also eliminates any kind of human errors. In that case, there is also flatbed airplanes, as well as multi-rotor drones. This is an example of another inspection of 130 kilometers distance of a high voltage line for the Polish power grid. Within those works, we have controlled 350 reinforcements, and also we've seen that we have the technology which allows us to conduct an inventory of all the reinforcements, as well as fittings up to, and do a asset parametrization. We can do also a neutralization and a three-dimensional map of the line or run of a 3D map of the actual power route and of the power line. If we can look at the sensors, the basic system for our laser scanners called LIDAR, and they allow us to create a cloud of coordinates and points which allow us to create in 3D image of the structure, geographic and geometric structure of the landmarks, as well as topographical coordinates in three-dimensional area. Those methods used and obtaining those methods is not possible in certain areas and certain landscapes, and it would require thousands of people to be employed and many years of work. Currently, the equipment allows for a single autonomous flight to be conducted over several kilometers, but to do so we must overcome certain legal barriers which exist. If we combine the data from LIDAR, from the cloud coordinates, we can also send digital 3D maps within a pixel of 1 centimeter. This allows us to do fast map preparation for investments, as well as verifying those investments which we have done with other companies for the construction of road construction and other large construction sites. This is especially important for roads, for power lines and embankments, in splitting to a detailing of 1 centimeter. We can establish what is the structure of the embankment, what is the height of and the dimensions of the embankment. We can also plan what kind of exact land area needs to be included or excluded. There's a similar example here in a smaller scale for planning that was conducted for PSE, for the Polish Power Grid investments. On the left side we see the photograph from Google Maps. However, the identification taken from the drone shows that already in this year, with the design of the current power plant lines or power lines, they cover over and overlap certain developed areas or built areas with buildings. So establishing those orthophoto maps can be much less expensive and more precise than through satellite systems. This is an invaluable, priceless source in terms of construction investments at the local, gmina, municipal, or county level. Another example of spatial planning and using drones for that purpose is the identifications of city development and municipal development through 3D models with the exact preciseness. Simultaneously, we can moderate the shaping, urban shaping, and spatial planning within the terrain. It seems to be an easy task, but however, it is not. The next example is a turbine, wind turbines. Using drones in a very precise manner, we can identify the damaging of any kind of missing blades in the wind turbine, and show also an NDVI index, which shows the vegetation of plants as well as the nitrogen levels within. We can be used also for getting rid of various types of pesticides and pests within farming, for any kind of biological substances or other sources of plant protection. On the legal status. In Poland currently, UAVs are in visual line of sight and out of visual line of sight. In terms of the visual line of sight, we have certain regulations in place. Those that are beyond the visual line of sight, we don't have the legal regulations which are appropriate in order to be able to use the space flexibly. The current regulations and the lack of flexibility within the VLOS, so visual line of sight, we are obtaining, we need to submit a motion or a request at least 77 days before the planned activity. This is a limitation. The lack of regulations for UAVs above 25 kilograms means that we cannot do a segment of a flight with one vehicle. Those which have a higher load capacity make it possible to also include many sensors, more sensors. So to obtain the same data, we need to do several flights rather than doing one with a slightly larger system. Of course, this increases costs and increases the time frame required to complete the task and creates logistic complications. A short comparison of UAVs above 25 kilograms and below 25 kilograms. You can read that in the meantime, and the UAV can also be equally good, but even better for many reasons. Because of the advantage of that is the low costs, especially in small areas of flights, and also the cloud computing, which is possible, which non-UAV vehicles cannot complete. In order to be able to fulfill those requirements, it should be based on regional structures offering these services. So we are decreasing costs in this way, and those costs should be decreased through implementing the appropriate transport, communication transport. This should be made available through the appropriate internet portal. So if I can just show you the clip. This is an example of what this actually looks like, and showing you how it operates. The clip is short. I would like to say that in a certain sense, UAVs, we can change our two-dimensional space into three-dimensional space. So create a 3D map of great detail. So I would like to say that thanks to this, the message that we would like to say that thanks to these solutions that we could implement and the general application, we could change Poland from a 2D dimension to a 3D dimension. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
And I would like now, I would like to ask Mr. Fiori to take the floor.
This one? Good morning, everybody. The answer to the question put to the panelists from me is right the key message that Mrs. Balk said this morning. To capture the value of the innovation around the drones, we need to set up an ecosystem for UAV. And this was really the content of my presentation. Why? Because as you have seen from the previous speakers and from the intervention before our panel, there is a lot of innovation that is not just limited to drones and the technology around the drones, but embrace standard skill, competence, professional, and services. And it's important, the message given before about public acceptance. If I may add, I would say that we need also to have the right mindset to develop the ecosystem. Like the mindset that we evolved in using the technology of mobile phone. We are not just talking about drones and that's it. So now, where are the opportunities for the industry? So I try to map schematically the route to market with this view graph. There are three market layers for drones: the military, the dual operation, and the civil. These layers are mapped against two dimensions, which are very important, even considering the question that have been put to the audience, in relation to the various solutions and applications that are just exampled there in the middle. The first dimension is the maturity timeline, and the second is the level of complexity. And although the market layers have different peculiarities, and even if the solution have different drivers and enablers as shown in the right and the left side of these slides, there are a lot of analogy and communality across the solution. So the ideal route to the market requires a comprehensive approach whereby the synergies across the three layers and the complementarity across the solution can be leveraged. The ability to play around can generate those differentiators and competitive advantage to the industry and to the operator who want to lead in this marketplace. And with this view graph, I try to figure out with a pictorial view what I mean with ecosystem. I don't know whether this is the same pictorial idea that Mrs. Balk have in mind, but I see three pillars. First, the UAV with their payloads, so the drones. Second, the stakeholder, and we should remember that stakeholders are several, those that are directly involved, but there are many that are indirectly involved, and we have seen from the example of the three speakers before. And then we have the infrastructure. These three pillars need to be deeply rooted into a solid foundation, which is the regulation. And when I say regulation, I don't mean strictly related to flight safety. I mean a regulation in a broader sense that address quality and standard, even market protection. And the foundation and the pillars are sustaining the execution of operation and services through which the economic value can be generated and can be captured. And now I want to elaborate just very quickly, because time is against us, about the innovation streams. There are already mentioned to several innovation streams, but at least I try to identify those that have a certain priority right now related to product, process, and infrastructure. What we didn't say too much today, and I would like to stress without entering into any of these blocks which are self-explanatory by themselves, is that what we need now to set up an ecosystem which is safe, and considering also that there is a lot of digitalization in implementing the drone ecosystem, is to start thinking with the highest priority for anything else to make native and embedded into the solution whatever is related to cyber security. So the cyber resilience of the avionics on board of the drones, on the electronics and the software which is in the ground control station, on the data link, and whatever is an element that require cyber security embedded. And now I'm coming to the conclusion, which are, by the way, priority needed by the ecosystem. And when I mean ecosystem, I mean European ecosystem, to be leader for this. Because I'm convinced that drones ecosystem is an opportunity to Europe that we cannot miss, and it's an opportunity that is coming right now where we can regain certain position that we do not have yet if we compare to US or the Israeli on the specific of the drone. So we have the opportunity. We have to take this window of opportunity, this train that is coming in front of us. But this requires to look carefully about the priority that I have listed in these slides and make them happening with the right speed. Because the speed of change, because of the innovation that is around and what we have seen, is something that we can't control. So it's something that comes once, but it can disappear, and then we lose the opportunity. So what I would stress is that the approach to the establishment of the drone ecosystem must be integrated and interoperable across the various European countries. This is also the willingness of the European Commission, as we have heard this morning. I do not see, in fact, many chances to be successful in getting a leadership if we are not creating the condition for adequate business volume, critical mass, economy of scales and synergy that any of the individual country in Europe can offer and sustains by himself. That's why I said in my introduction that there is also a need to look at the drone ecosystem and so enable the European industry and the European operator to capture the value of this impressive innovation, that we need to develop something which is a part of all of us, the mindset. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Fiori. So if I were to sum up shortly this presentations, I would say that firstly we are lucky to have here representatives of different manufacturing businesses with different origins, a consumer electronics origin, dual use with some military background, and a company that is also using drones for interior surveillance, as Prosegur does. And we've heard a lot about different zones where drones may be used. I'm sure you're very well aware of that, but just to mention a few: fire brigades, agriculture, protecting people, and video surveillance, and but also infrastructure, land planning, urban planning, and 3D modeling. And to be able to, as we've heard, to run drones in all those applications, we definitely need a common ecosystem, which is what Mr. Fiori has just presented. But we also need some changes in the law, and Mr. Wojciechowski here pointed out, I guess we'll be discussing this more in detail tomorrow with also regarding the Polish market with PANSA and CAA, that for example, for running drones beyond the visual line of sight, we need up to 90 days, which is making it impossible to run drones in such an environment. But I would like to refer to one of the questions that was asked. Thank you for your participation on Slido. The question is: drones would be a terrible way for a terrorist to launch an attack. What is the idea for protecting the people? Please do not answer about regulations and law. So I guess the intention was to answer this question by replying on how we can use technology to prevent terrorist attacks by using drones. So if you could maybe using some consumer approach to this issue, Mr. Levy, if you could elaborate on that, please.
Yeah, it's obviously a difficult question because we know that drones were used by militaries before they were used by civilians, so there's obviously a possible usage as a weapon. But you know, weapons exist also today, and terrorists can use them, and despite that, the weapon industry exists. So obviously we cannot kill the civilian drone industry and the consumer drone industry in order to prevent that. We need to find ways to prevent it. The way we prefer to develop at Parrot is to make our drones as light as possible, because the lighter they are, the less they can carry. Obviously, if we are worried that a drone could carry an explosive, this kind of drone, like the one I flew before, is able to carry a maximum a few tens of grams, which means that this is at least one good way to prevent drones. But then, of course, this still doesn't prevent other people from manufacturing drones themselves. You can buy from internet today a lot of spare parts and assemble your drone yourself, and in which case you can make bigger drones. And in that case, we need to find ways for the police to basically enforce the law to prevent that. And this is some of the reflections we've had in France, but also at the European level, to at least be able for the police to identify if this is a legal drone, so if this is a drone that is used for either consumer or professional good application, or if it's a bad application.
So identification as a first step to respond to this challenge.
Yes, I think it's the only way really to avoid that. Drones are connected objects. They are connected to internet. As you saw, I was controlling my drone with my smartphone. So it's very easy today for us to send the GPS position of the drone over to internet to a state server. We can do this in an encrypted way. And from that point, any policeman with a smartphone can visualize when he sees a drone in the sky if this is an official legal drone or not. And then, of course, we need to develop solutions to potentially stop these drones.
Thank you very much, Mr. Levy. Panie prezesie, może w tej chwili do pana też po polsku skieruję to samo pytanie. Tak, czyli czy z doświadczenia firmy, która jest obecna na rynku wojskowym, można znaleźć rozwiązanie do tego problemu?
Could we address this problem? What can we do to prevent potential terrorist attacks with the use of drones? As it has already been said, we need some identification solutions whether a drone flying in the air is legal or not. The user needs to be also properly trained to use a drone according to its use. As to UAVs carrying weapons or amateur assembled or UAVs assembled from spare parts bought on the internet, the risk is always there, but whereas a threat in the nature, there is always this anti-drone solution systems. There are such systems, so this is something which is a kind of a hope to us. I hope they are effective enough to protect us. We need a whole range of legal regulations to govern the situation. We are speaking here about small drones which are hard to detect, but when you speak about large UAVs, it is simple because large systems will, in any case, have devices that will inform about their position, so they have to be legal. The small drones up to 25 kilograms, these mini drones, well, here only anti-drone systems and proper certification for the access to these drones will be able to protect us against terrorist attacks. Thank you.
Maybe another question to the other two panelists, not to concentrate too much on the safety because we've got and security because we've got two other panels later this afternoon. But I would like to ask you what to build this ecosystem. Mr. Fiori, you presented the list of priorities that would be needed. What do you believe is the one most important concrete action that we present here in this room can take to let the drones industry develop?
If I go back to the last slide, my conclusion, there is a point which I do believe is of paramount importance. To me, there is no need to develop new technology. The technology to make the UAV ecosystem setting up and develop quickly are available. What is important is to consolidate the maturity of this ecosystem, which is not only about the drones, but is about air traffic control and management, is about the various services that can be developed. So there is a need to have an extensive campaign of trials to mature this technology, to get feedback in order to have the right input to set up the standards and the procedure, and also to create the condition to have elements to create new professional figures, because we need to have, it's not just new job, it's new job with the new competence and skill. So it's a massive effort. And so to me now the priority should be in trials. And under this aspect, in my opinion, the collaboration between the Minister of Defense, that knows already a lot about the use of drones, and the civil and the industry is of paramount importance to compress the time of this maturity phase. About the question before, I would like to tell you one thing.
Yes, please.
Because the question is very delicate and sensitive. Terrorist attacks are always very much dependent about the scenario. There are certain scenarios where this is very critical, like the urban scenario. I think that in terms of detection and interception and even identification, there are technology, provided that these are integrated together, so it's a matter of sensor fusion. What is important to understand what are the reaction time and above all, how to neutralize in a safe way. That's the critical issue. There are certain scenarios where this is not a problem, but in certain scenarios like the urban environment, this is very critical.
Which leads us again to the technology. Mr. Rodriguez, maybe the last question before we end this panel session, if you could also elaborate on these concrete actions that we need to make this happen.
Hello? From the point of view of private security, we need to talk about safety and security as an important issue in Europe. If we look at Europe today, one of the biggest challenges in Europe is security. And to provide better services, performance services in this industry, we need to innovate. We need to have the better products with us, the better technology. And if you don't have this, we don't have chance to act against the terrorism. This is our point of view. And the evolution of the systems with the manufacturers and with the regulation that we need for Europe, because I say about Europe because we already have a lot of different regulations in Europe. For instance, in Portugal or Spain, we have regulation, and we can work with the devices. But now I think it's very important an European regulation, and this regulation must separate clear the professional services and the fun products. We need to have flexibility to work night and day, and we need to have more responsible in these situations.
Well, thank you very much. So with this conclusion, I will thank our panelists. Maybe later on the slide, because we are already late. So thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Yannick Levy, Mr. Lorenzo Fiori, Mr. Piotr Wojciechowski, and Mr. José Luis Rodriguez. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Our next panel will look at how we take all this wonderful potential and put it into practice. So if I could invite the members of the next panel to come on stage. We have Michał Mazur, who's a partner at PwC here in Poland. Rafael Schwartzman, who is the Regional Vice President for Europe from IATA. Dr. Francis Schubert, the Corporate Development and Deputy CEO of SkyGuide, the Swiss Air Traffic Control Agency, also representing CANSO, the trade group for air traffic control agencies. Steve Kramer, who's the Director of Air Navigation Bureau at ICAO, based in Montreal. And Benoit Kurdi, the Secretary General for the Global UTM Association. Mr. Mazur.
So that will be probably the most challenging panel today because we stand between you and the lunch. And I hope we'll listen to our ideas. And we need to focus on the brackets, yes, on the standards which should be imposed or implemented in Europe or globally. And I'll be representing here the group of stakeholders of drone technologies which is quite underrepresented today, who are the consumers, the business consumers, the industries, which we all like them to use drone technology. So the answer is pretty simple. There should be not so many standards, and they should be fairly straightforward. Because if they will be too complicated, probably the industries will not implement them. It's all about cost and the effect. I'm coming from the consulting space, and many of you today asked me what PwC has to do in common with drones. So probably not so much, but our clients do. And we tend to help our clients solve their problems, business issues. So we are doing this for more than 4 years now. And 2 years ago, officially, we have implemented and started as a global PwC network a center of excellence here in Warsaw, which focuses on drone technologies. It's called Drone Powered Solutions. The key reason for localization, or for putting it in Poland, was the legislation. It was simple, it was clear, it was established as early as in 2013, and it allowed many of our global clients to test or prototype use of drone technologies in a real life. And as you may know, industries are very risk averse, so nothing better for them than a very clear and simple legal environment. Some of you may read a report which we have issued in May this year, Clarity from Above. And in fact, this report was already mentioned 3 times today, because in the report we have provided evaluation of so-called addressable market of drone-powered solutions. So maybe I'll start with this one. That explains a little bit why we should hear the voice of industries. We should hear that because they have the money. That's the value of the opportunity. And explaining a little bit this number, it's not a value of drone manufacturing. It's not a number, the value of all the companies which are in the drone technology sector. This is the value of budgets. This is the value of budget which these industries spend globally on services or on labor, which is likely to be replaced with different services which will be using drone technology. So that's not a value which is available now. The key barrier to achieve this number is lack of legislation, or unclear legislation, or unclear standards. And if you're an insurance company operating from UK, or construction company operating from Spain, or energy company operating from Germany, all the presentations of what's possible, which we saw in a previous panel, are great. But the next question is, can I deploy it easily across the countries where I operate? And the simple answer is no. We cannot deploy it in all the countries because there is lack of unified legislation. It's very different in different countries. In many countries, it's managed through exceptions, so you have to fill a request to fly a drone in a certain area. So it's not so easy to get to this number. And our observation is that probably the largest number in the civilian world, I'm not talking military, is in the image analytics. So drones used as tools to capture data and to provide different perspective on construction monitoring, infrastructure maintenance, agriculture, security, of course, which already was mentioned, insurance, claim management process, and others. If you think about types of applications, and this is just a snapshot. By the way, in our report, we've been mentioning only those drone applications which already exist. So we're not taking into consideration technologies which are debated but not existing. So for this kind of applications, probably each of them was already tested by the different industries in different countries. Now it's not only Poland, but also Canada, Middle East, and some other localizations when we can provide this project because the legislation got better. So interestingly, 95% of this application was done with the use of rotor drone and with the use of individual line-of-sight flights. No need for autonomous, no need for beyond line of sight. I'm not talking that in the future it will be necessary to have them, but speaking about today, speaking about real business needs of this group of industries, we should consider what should be a standard and what should be legislation for that kind of flights. And if you take Poland as an example, It's very interesting. Poland started from this. In 2013, they defined only, or we have defined only, visual line of sight flights. We got experience. We added beyond the visual line of sight, and now we're getting next experience, and probably we'll be ready to get to another level. What I think is also important is to look broadly on the industry, because of course, when someone says drone technology, we see manufacturers of hardware of drones, but this universe is much bigger, and we need to consider that our decisions in relation to standards or legislation will not only impact industries, will not only impact drone manufacturers, but probably many of these smaller players. If you want to say, and that was Mrs. Commissioner who said that previously, that we want to promote European business, we need to remember that European drone business is not only drone manufacturing. There are much more in this space. I have a couple of simple ideas, not revolutionary at all, which I believe we should have in our minds while implementing a unified standards or unified legislation in the European Union or broader. I think gradual implementation is the key. We should target the real needs of industries and think about gradually implementing different solutions. First, solutions to have one unified solution for the flights in the visual line of sight, and then move to the other. I also believe that we should have very carefully analyze the real issues and risks related to flights. Because media, of course, speak about Lufthansa plane and a drone which passed by, about Heathrow, about different things, but in fact, this is only a fraction of what happens in the airspace, and probably majority of the flights deployed by industries are below the real altitude when the drone can be dangerous. I think that also we need to take into account the industry perspective, so streamline the process to make it easy to use drones for industrial purposes. And easy, it means quite cheap, quite safe, and in a very straightforward manner, planned manner. So no special authorization, just clear rules. And I also think one topic could be mentioned, as this is the conference organized by the Ministry of Infrastructure. I think there are two ways to implement or to promote rules and standards. A hard way, which is the legislation, and a soft way, which can be, for example, standards for public procurement when buying drone services to the government agencies and promoting these standards. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Schwarzman.
Okay, well, dzień dobry. Thank you for inviting us to be here in this very important event. I'm here. Well, I think it works. I'm here, obviously, to represent IATA or our 265 members, which represents about 85% of the global traffic, right? And here, obviously, one important element of IATA strategy. I got it. Sorry about that. Okay, a very important element of our strategy is based on improving aviation safety, and for that we have a 6-point safety strategy that we think that is very appropriate, including for looking at ARPAs. And obviously here you see the reduction of operational risks, enhanced quality and compliance. This is obviously done through our IOTA operational safety audit. Advocate for improved aviation infrastructure, support consistent implementation of SMS, support efficient recruitment and training, and very importantly, identify and address emerging safety issues. Here we have issues related to, for example, lithium batteries, but also the safe integration of RPAS into aviation. So we recognize the high potential of RPAS or drones, but we also have to obviously know that there are some risk implications and we need to take care of them. So in that sense, we have identified some key risk areas. In the safety area, well, obviously, risk of aircraft accidents and incidents caused by RPAS, primarily in situations where they are operated in the vicinity of airports. In terms of security, threat which might compromise safety of crew, of other airspace users, or of third parties. And this is including something which was mentioned earlier, which is cyber threat as well. Efficiency risk, which is consequences related to airspace efficiency, capacity or restricted areas to accommodate RPAS. In terms of impact on aviation spectrum, we believe the RPAS needs to satisfy ATM performance requirements similar to those of manned aircraft. And then, obviously, something that was mentioned before, there is a need to harmonize data-driven and enforceable regulation. And it was mentioned many times, innovative or automation. It was mentioned European-wide, and we will even try to aspire to a worldwide whenever possible, because this is a global business, right? What we are doing as well is trying to create awareness in the general public as well on the usage of drones. And we have, for example, done this very, very short video. So if you can maybe play the video for a second.
Good morning, sir. 100788 heavy. I will left 609. Course 3400, what do you course 21. I got 248. Reports of a drone at 900 feet.
Well, typically you'll see a drone and see it very late because they're small compared to normal aircraft. It distracts pilots from their task. They weren't anticipating a drone to be in their vicinity, and the reality is the level of risk increases and therefore the level of safety decreases, and that puts the aeroplane, the crew, and more importantly the passengers at risk.
1200 feet, right hand side, the island, drone. On your right hand side, a drone at 1200 feet, correct? We saw him at 1200 feet and he was then below us, somewhere at 800 or 1000 feet.
There was a report of a drone just right of the final for runway.
We had a drone come within 50 feet of us. We've made contact with him on the ground.
So this is some of the work that we've been doing, because we need to create awareness worldwide on this incredible technology, but that could be obviously a misuse in many cases. But there is also, as has been said before, a lot of business opportunities. They don't come without challenges, but there are great opportunities there. I'm not going to, for the sake of time, I'm not going to highlight them because they were already highlighted before. I think we also look forward to finding a safe and efficient way to coexist between the drones and obviously the regular aviation environment, right? In terms of some of the activities that we've been conducting, obviously you saw educational videos. We have made joint statements with IFALPA and ACI as well. We are working on promotion and advocacy with the stakeholders, and we also partner with any awareness campaign that will support the development of this industry. In terms of engagement, obviously we've been working with most of you who are here today, and we will continue to do so. We think it's a great opportunity for the industry. We have also issued with the European associations, we issue a joint statement for the safely integration of drones and UAS into Europe airspace. We are working with ICAO as well, and obviously there has been a paper presented in the last assembly. In terms of air traffic management, we see obviously the need for the integration of this concept into the air traffic management overall, which was already highlighted earlier. Some specific activities within Euro, we have been participating in the different working groups with the different organizations, and we will continue to do so. Also, we do foresee unmanned vehicles that are a great opportunity to enhance many aspects of commercial air transport. We have members already doing some work on it, as members like UPS or Lufthansa Group. So we do believe in the high potential of this. In terms of some key considerations, obviously, we would like to, obviously, the support of the airline associations in terms of the position to develop this Europe-wide regulation that facilitates the integration of drones into commercial activities. We also we know the integration of ARPAs into CESAR master plan. A key component here is, I guess, EASA and the FAA regulations, because that will impact, I guess, worldwide standards, which are, we've been talking about European standards, which is a minimum, I would say, that we should aspire for, but there are many cases where, we should try to aspire for a global standard, as this is a global industry and aviation has been key to globalization. I think this is another key aspect that we have to take into consideration. So with that, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I'd like to thank all the speakers for doing their utmost to stay on time. So next, we'll hear from one of those stakeholders, Mr. Schubert, Dr. Schubert, from representing CANSO.
Thank you and good afternoon. Indeed, I'm speaking on behalf of CANSO, the Civil Air Navigation Services Organization, and this panel specifically addresses how can the global drone technology provide solutions for all. And I was invited to present a perspective from the air traffic control industry. And I'm sorry if the voice of air traffic control is rather weak today. I have a single slide with one main message and three more specific messages. We see the shape of future landscape where manned and unmanned aviation share the airspace is slowly emerging, and we see that most of the necessary conceptual building blocks are available. The challenge is now to translate this vision into practical arrangements and by means of workable regulation. The drones industry likes to compare itself to the internet business, and there are a lot of very relevant parallels, but a major difference is that whereas the internet industry developed more or less in a vacuum, the drone industry is developing alongside a long-established manned aviation system. And both operate on the basis of fundamentally different business models and are driven by significantly different cultures. One of the main challenges for the safe integration of drones in the airspace will be to reconcile these different models and cultures and to see how we can capitalize on their respective strengths. The air traffic control providers take the view that manned and unmanned aviation have a lot to learn from each other. One of the main assets of the manned aviation world is a robust, structured safety management framework, which is the outcome of a long, sometimes painful process based on the experience gathered through decades of practical experience. Although that framework is sometimes complex and heavy, it also explains the very strong safety record of manned aviation, and this safety management framework is, in our view, essential to drive the safe integration of drones in the airspace. But the incumbent air navigation industry can also massively benefit from the rising drone business, and I would like to focus on two areas. The first, the existing air navigation system is stretched to its limits, and there's a feeling shared by many in this industry that a disruptive factor is needed to help the air navigation service providers to make a next breakthrough which could help them improve their performance. And the drone technology presents all the features of such a positive disruptive factor, and it should be embraced as such by the ANS industry. Concretely, the drones environment offers an attractive framework to develop, test, and validate innovative technology such as automated separation functions that would be too difficult to develop in the classical manned aviation environment. And once these functions have reached the required level of maturity, they can be exported from the drone environment into the legacy air traffic control system and contribute to reform the business model of air traffic control. Second, the regulatory framework for manned aviation is extremely complex, and we see the integration of drones in the airspace as a unique opportunity to establish an operating model where technology can act as a substitute for hard and detailed regulation. The ideal vision from an air traffic control perspective is one where drones sharing the airspace with manned aviation have the capability to behave like ordinary aircraft to the farthest extent possible. In an ideal vision, whether the air traffic controller is dealing with a conventional aircraft or a remotely piloted aircraft should be irrelevant, and in an even longer time frame, autonomous separation capability should result in an environment where air traffic controllers should not even need to know that there are drones flying in the airspace around his or her responsibility. And this is primarily a matter of technology and not of regulation. But in a shorter term, we see an urgent need for technology to ensure that drones which are not supposed to operate in the vicinity of manned aircraft are effectively kept away from them, in particular by means of geofencing technology. We're often told that this vision looks very nice and good on the paper, but that technology is not mature enough to support its implementation. And I would like to challenge this because first, embedding a function which prevents drones from flying upwards into the controlled airspace is no rocket science and can easily be embedded into any device regardless of its level of sophistication. And second, I'd like to share a very practical experience which illustrates things that can already easily be done using existing technologies. Exactly 1 year ago, my company organized its annual business event in Bern, Switzerland, and the event was dedicated to innovation in air navigation services. It took place at the main football stadium of the country. One of the features on the program was a drone demonstration. We had invited drone operators, professional applications, and we had also invited TV and other medias to attend. Unfortunately, the demonstration took place less than a week after the very tragic terrorist attacks in Paris, and this is an element which we had not factored in. And when the moment came for the drone demonstrations, the operators switched on their devices and nothing happened. None of the drones could be started and no propeller began to turn. So after some twitching around, the drone operators finally called their Chinese manufacturer hotlines, who explained that since the Paris attacks, the operation of drones over football stadiums in many countries in Europe, including Switzerland, had been forbidden. So the manufacturers had downloaded new maps into their products to prevent them from operating at any football stadium. And that shows that technology already offers powerful means to substitute for hard and detailed regulation, as well as for the lack of pilot discipline. So the challenge for the regulators now seems to be how to translate this technological capability into workable regulation in a manner which is consistent from one country to another. And this is where we expect the European regulators to be working on. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we'll hear the global perspective from ICAO.
Thank you, Daniel. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here, and I want to thank the organizers for the opportunity for ICAO to address you. Although I think in the time that I've got, I'm going to very briefly touch on these slides and talk a little bit about the bottom line. And this comes to what Patrick Key said this morning. This is all about risk. Risk management is the core of what we're trying to do in regulating drones. A draconian regulation that doesn't seem to have its basis in fact or rational thought is a poorly expressed need. It's a need to understand and properly mitigate the risks associated with a particular operation. So how do we do that? So we've got people who want to fly packages. We've got people who want to do surveys. We've seen some fantastic demonstrations here. We had a question posed this morning whether or not it was possible for Europe to have a drone market by 2019. And then I saw a video that says you already do. So the real question is, can you effectively scale the regulatory model to match what your drone industry is interested in doing and continue to allow the growth to occur in a predictable and hopefully profitable way? Now, in the air traffic management and flight operations world, we've had a long-standing methodology for developing new capabilities to introduce into manned aviation, which is frankly not suitable for the drone world. It takes a long time, it requires a lot of careful thought and planning, and the risk tolerance is incredibly low. And that risk tolerance has decreased over time. 25 years ago, it would not have been uncommon for you to read about maybe 15 or 20 tragic aircraft accidents in a single year around the world. And that was considered to be just the way it was, because it doesn't get any better than that. Last year, we had 6 fatal commercial accidents as a result of a safety-related problem. And of those, we lost a total of 100 people globally in a year out of 3.3 billion carried. That's not the world that we lived in 25 years ago. So what facilitated that change? I'll talk about that in a second. But the change in that risk tolerance is something that we have to address. And I think in this world, in the drone world, the people who are the people at the console, the people operating the device, are the ones who can understand the risks most quickly, and if they have the proper tools at understanding what's necessary, can provide us the feedback that we need as a global community to iterate this market more quickly. I'm going to drive through these. We, of course, want to do this economically. And at ICAO, we have a method where we start with needs analysis, we create a set of global plans, we write standards to them, we produce procedures and go out and train people, and then we try and audit it. That methodology takes between 5 and 7 years to change one of our standard sets. and then it takes sometimes as many as 30 years to introduce into the marketplace. Is that going to work for drones? We'd like to turn that on its head a little bit and push the process of creating those changes out of the ICAO sphere and into the regional and state and industry sphere. So if the industry understands what's necessary to produce a global standards change, why not produce it right at home as you develop an iterative improvement? Make it ready as you convince your regulator in your own country or your own environment what you need to do to be successful in your market. Do that following a template that can be essentially delivered to ICAO so that it can be adopted for global use by the other 190 states who are going to have that same problem. You heard just in the last presentation that that's already happening, where some manufacturers are essentially programming in their own capability to shut their own drones down to mitigate their own risk. They're not doing it because a regulator asked them to. They're doing it because they're trying to limit their own corporate liability. So that's one of the things we need to address. 2 minutes to go. We've got a panel that works on all these things for manned or semi-manned style remote piloted aircraft systems, and they're supposed to produce standards 5 years from now that are supposed to be applicable in that marketplace. That's frankly way too late. We've got to change the dynamic of how we do this. So education is essential. There are essentially two elements that we need to take away from this. Risk is the core issue that you have to resolve. The reason manned aviation is safer today than it was 25 years ago is because the industry incorporated risk management into all of its processes. Airlines manage their own risk. They don't depend upon a regulator to do it for them. They have a safety management system with an accountable executive, and everyone is trained to be able to assess and report risks so that they can improve their operation. Every drone manufacturer and drone operator is going to need to introduce safety management. State safety programs need to impose that requirement on operators who want to fly in the airspace. From 2 kilos to 2,000 kilos, it's a requirement. Assess your risks and know what the probability of an accident causing a loss of life or loss of property is so that you can properly mitigate for it. And then, well, that's all I need to tell you. And the good news is the states are all asking for ICAO to do something for them to give them flexible, performance-based, but concrete regulations in an environment that will take advantage of massive computing power to be able to manage and resolve the risks that are being introduced. So Annex 19 of the ICAO Convention spells out the requirement for safety management to be integrated into your operations. The Safety Management Manual will be updated to provide guidance on how to do that in the UAS or drone world, and I expect that the states will be implementing that in their regulations. So we're going to eliminate these tragic expressions of unmet need because you're going to resolve to satisfy the safety regulator in flight operations, airspace management, airworthiness, and that will, at the same time, satisfy your financial investors and your corporate board members who are also worried about their own liability. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Steve. Finally, we're going to hear from Benoit Cordy from the Global UTM Association.
Hello, everybody. Thank you very much. I wouldn't blame you if after IATA, ICAO, CANSO, you don't know the Global UTM Association, and you can imagine what an honor it is for us to be present on stage with such prestigious organizations. I have to say first that the quote from Mr. Schubert, if technology is right, then a regulation is light, is probably one of my favorite quotes. And if I ever get a tattoo, I used to joke that this would be my tattoo. I think it's perfect as it is. And you'll see that it goes in our direction in what we want to do. So the Global UTM Association is the voice of the industry, and you know how it works in most countries. We have 7 of our organization members who are present today, and we have obviously much more than that. And when we think of global, it's in 2 ways. Obviously, geographically, but that's not the most important. The most important for us is to go across industries, and you see who are our members here. One thing that is crucial, and that is our job, I believe, is speed. Everybody, all day long up to now, has emphasized how important it is to go fast. And I think we've set up the organization in a way that allows us to do so. We need to change the way we work also if we want to meet that insanely fast pace that we have in the drone industry. So the Global UTM Association, for instance, works exclusively online. So we're completely distributed, and that allows us to really go very fast and have people from Japan, from China, from Russia, from Europe, from the US to work together in a very fast way. So we're obviously very happy to collaborate on long-term projects, but our goal is to focus on being fast and meet the need of the industry. So what does that mean? We have currently 2 working groups, and that's something that I will need to get more information about is what is U-Space? We have a working group on the overall architecture, UTM overall architecture. So I'm not quite sure where U-Space will fit, if it's the same, if it's different. I think it would be an interesting discussion to have. But as you see at the global level, UTM is not necessarily understood the same everywhere. For some it's more tracking, for some it's more beyond visual line of sight, for some it's a mix. And obviously we could get to the same results at the end of the day, but we need to make sure we speak of the same idea altogether. The other working group that we're currently running is the data exchange protocol. And that means typically, how do you get the data from the ground station to service providers? And here you don't need to have 2 years or 3 years long of work in very complex working groups. The industry needs to come together, agrees on API and protocols, and deliver and move forward. So I've seen the answers to the question, what is the most important? And I'd like to prove most of you wrong, if you allow me, because the most important step for me today is registration. There are 3 reasons for that. The first one is that public acceptance is linked to registration. Once you know who is flying in your neighborhood, you're much less likely to call the cops, because it's a commercial operation, for instance. And then, it's much easier to get people to understand what are drones, what they do, and so forth. The security is obviously important for the police forces. Having a registration is crucial. And think of the data. We need data to move the industry forward, and registration is key. Once you know who is operating, once you know how many drones are there, you can start really developing the models that you need. So if you still have the opportunity, go back and vote for registration, because I believe this should be very high in the list when we come to the Warsaw Declaration. I'd like to focus, today on very concrete steps. Things that the authorities can do is getting to law or regulation as data, as information. I think the example of DJI was very interesting. It's hard to know when to operate. You have those public operators or private operators who are not necessarily, always up to date. If we get to a way where authorities can just push the new regulation to drones the same way DJI did, then you'll get into much less trouble. I don't think, operators need to know when and how they should operate, but I think we can help them. And finally, I think there's an elephant in the room, and that's the economic model. How is it going to be, the UTM system and the future, how is it going to be financed? Nobody really talks about that. We're going to tackle this issue heads-on as soon as we can, but as long as we didn't answer that question, I don't think that we will be able to really know where we're going. So thank you very much for your attention. I'm available for any questions.
Thank you to all the panelists. We're pretty tight on time, so I think we'll wrap this up fairly soon.
But I think we've heard some very interesting things here. First of all, this is, as we know, a huge market, $127 billion, according to PwC. Safety in civilian airspace is critical, especially near airports, but safety is achievable, and we've heard a great example of how it can be done. Risk must be managed, and the tolerance for risk is very low, but work is underway on regulations and standards, and all of this needs to be done with an eye to economic reality. I think maybe to start a very quick discussion, let's take a look at the results of the poll. I'm curious what the panel members think about the audience views on the priorities here. And does this fit with your perspective on the industry? Maybe if we can just quickly go through the panel. Sure.
Sure. So I think it's all about risk and surety. And I was probably the bad boy in the room talking about simple rules, but simple does not mean risk or unsafety. It means that they are clear. So detect and avoid, I fully agree that's probably the biggest issue from the aviation industry perspective, how to make the airspace safe. It's maybe not so huge issue from the industries who are using drone perspective because they are flying at lower altitudes. And I bet that all these accidents which were mentioned in the presentation were done by individuals flying drones for the recreation, not necessarily for business or industry purposes.
From an air traffic control perspective, the four that I see on the screen are definitely the ones we would like to see developed. And maybe just one concluding remark, because of time constraints, you cannot go into details. Just so you're aware that I know that I grossly oversimplify the issues, but the point is more to make the points about what are the priorities and emphasizing that technology definitely should be the driver rather than regulation in this domain.
I think in terms of, we all have a vision or an agreement here that for this industry to progress, we need a global approach, right? And we do agree with that because obviously commercial aviation did develop many years ago without a global approach, right? So today we have a fragmented, most of the time fragmented approach to regulation, which is a challenge for us when we are confronted with a potential, an industry which is global in itself and uses technology to a level that our regulation today is not necessarily fit for purpose. So we have a huge challenge in that area. We all stated somehow in different ways, simplify, standardize, etc. So I think we need to work together in this and make sure that we don't start seeing, which we already seen, regulation that actually will hinder the development and not necessarily increase the safety. Right?
Right, I just want to say that I grossly oversimplified the safety case challenge. So I think that needs to be clear. If I were looking at these technologies on the screen, I'd be really most interested today in autonomous drones that can do a service on their own without intervention. Because I think you can mitigate risks associated with that most quickly, come up with a proper business case, put it in service. And I think you're going to do that in the third world, in the developing world, where you can actually make a life-changing difference. People like Matternet and others who might be able to deliver medicine. Growing from that, we'll get to things that are more complex and more challenging. When you begin to interact regularly with manned aviation, your cost and your risks go up. And that's going to mean that you're interested in detect and avoid, but that might mean reverse equipage is necessary. So now you're talking about imposing a cost on a non-participating operator. So it's the most interesting, but I don't know that it's the most profitable. And I would look at what I could do to optimize the use of drones for the service. The other thing about drones I'll finalize and say is, this is not aviators, this is people who want to use flying for something else. And they love that more than they love the flying. So it's a different model for how we approach it.
Yeah, I think I've been very clear that registration for me is the next step, and that will, singularity, the single European market, that will come from registration. But then I'm very happy to see unmanned traffic management in second position. So I'll take that as a positive.
Excellent. Well, I'm afraid I think we're going to have to cut the discussion there because I know important item is on our agenda next, lunch. Before I let you go, I have one announcement that and we're going to show a video also as you exit for lunch, but the European Young Innovators Forum, a leading foundation for youth innovation in Europe, which is very important, is launching today the EU Drone Awards with the support of the European Parliament and Commissioner Bulc. There will be a competition running from today until December 15th, and 3 categories will be awarded prizes in the European Parliament in January. Those categories are Best EU Manufacturer, Best EU Drone-Based Application, and Best EU Emerging Drone Company. The award ceremony will take place on January 24th in the Parliament, and you all are invited to become a partner and a participant in the competition. Representative here is Nicholas Zilbergleit, who is the co-founder of the European Young Innovators Forum, and he's available to talk, and there should be there's a website up there for more information. If everybody could be please back here as close to 2:45 as possible, that's their time for the next panel. That would be great. Have a good lunch, have good conversations, and look forward to seeing you after lunch. Thank you again to the panel. Thank you, everybody. coming back in, but we're going to get started with panel 4 so that the conference doesn't end too late in the day. Our next panel is when we take the high-level conference and bring it down to earth, or at least to a lower altitude. We'll be looking at how to safely manage low-level air traffic, an urban traffic management concept. So I'd like to welcome the panelists up onto the stage. Philippe Melot, the Director of Air Traffic Management at Eurocontrol. Luc Lalouette, Cesar Program Director at Thales. Richard Parker, the CEO of Altitude Angels. Mark Kegelers, the CEO of Unifly. Pavel Kozets from Drone Radar. And Sebastian Babiage from Nokia. We'll welcome Mr. Melot to the dais first.
Good afternoon, everybody. We have the most difficult timing, and because just after the lunch, it's always difficult to wake up everybody. I hope we will succeed. In Eurocontrol, we are involved in drone management for more than 50 years. First, it was called drones. Then it was called UAS, Unmanned Airspace System. Then it was called AirPass. And very recently, I've learned that AirPass was too old-fashioned, and we are back on drone denomination again. And so my presentation will focus on UTM, and up to very recently, UTM meant unmanned traffic management. And this morning, our commissioner, Violeta Bulc, launched the concept of urban traffic management. And I think this is a very interesting step forward. It clearly points out that urban areas, this is where big part of the market is for drones. Here. Yes, you cannot see on my slide, but I've put a figure extracted from the Google UAS site, and they are drawing drones over a lot of houses and buildings, and clearly the market they are targeting, this is not the agricultural market, but this is more cities. This is where you have a lot of potential customers, but the difficulty is that this is also the most challenging part. The area where the challenges and the barriers to overcome are the biggest one. It is true, especially for safety. Of course, safety between drones and other drones, safety between drones and manned aviation, but also very important in urban areas, safety between drones and third parties on the ground. And for example, a very practical question, are we ready to allow drones to fly over people walking in the street? Are we ready to allow drones to fly over cars? A driver in the street, what happens if he receives drones on his car? Are we ready to allow drones to fly over buildings as well? What happens if a drone collides with a building? So a much higher safety challenge. Of course, the challenge is also higher for privacy or nuisance, noise nuisance. It's also higher for security. And all that, in fact, is summarized. We must be able we must enable insurance company to sell and to propose insurance to cover drones operation. Is it possible today? This is still a question mark. So this is a challenge, and in order to enable drone operation over urban areas, we have to implement a new traffic management system, and this is what is called today a UTM. So what would be the kind of services provided by a UTM? We are talking about sharing flight plans for drone operation. We are also talking about establishing an air situation with a frequent positioning report by all the drones. We are talking about enabling dynamic geofencing, or even more what we call geocaging, because probably over urban areas the drones will have to follow very narrow corridors. We are talking about meteorological advisory, what happens in case of a strong wind. Are all the drones able to fly against the wind if you have a storm, for example? We are also talking about terrain avoidance warning or congestion management, or as far as security is concerned, we are also talking about authentication service. And for that, of course, we need to develop and to implement a new infrastructure. And an infrastructure quite different compared to the traditional air navigation infrastructure. For navigation, of course, the drone can rely on GPS, but is GPS basic precision enough, or do we need to go for space augmentation? This is a question mark. For communication, the big objective and big hope is to be able to rely on mobile communication network. Seems possible, but it has to be developed and demonstrated. For surveillance, of course, as soon as you have the GPS position and capability to transmit it through a mobile communication system, you can implement dependent surveillance. Is that enough? Or do you need to consider primary detection to protect, for example, very sensitive areas? This is still a question mark. We will need to exchange aeronautical information related to drones, and this specific information still need to be defined and, more important, to be standardized. As far as ATFM is concerned, I think we will need to implement a simplified flow management system. The objective with UTM is to avoid at any cost to have a specific operator being forced to follow every drone permanently. So we are targeting more strategic traffic management function, a little bit like what is providing the network manager today for manned aviation. We have also questions concerning the need for anti-collision system, especially with manned aviation, based on the fact that it's not possible to use traditional transponders, because otherwise we will go for a congestion situation with the 1030, 1090 frequencies that are already almost congested. And of course, we need also to be able to cope with non-nominal event, emergency situation. What happens if the communication link is cut, for example? What should be the behavior of all the drone in operation at that very moment. So a lot of questions and the need to develop an infrastructure to cover all that. Okay, so my last slide. I think this is a time now to enhance or to ramp up on the research and development work. We are still at a very preliminary stage for this UTM concept. I think all the technology is available, all the components, individual components, the building blocks are available, but the system, I mean the technology, the operators, the procedures, the demonstration that it could be safe, this is still to be fully developed. So I think that the European Commission, the states, the CESAR joint undertaking have a strong role to play. They should help in coordinating research and development and funding, providing some funding, in promoting drone standardization. It's always easier to promote worldwide standardization at the beginning. Of course, we will need to validate experimentally the drone concept. It could be done through fast and real-time simulation and also through large-scale demonstration. And also, it's possible for international bodies like Eurocontrol to provide access to already existing infrastructure. This is a case, for example, for the EAD, the European Aeronautical Database infrastructure, which provides to all the states already today the possibility to publish and to officialize specific zones for drones, for example, a no-fly zone, and then the application on the startup company can very easily, they've already done it, in fact, plug to this EAD database to distribute the information to all the drones operators. So the objective here is to facilitate the development of industry-led UTM services. I believe that UTM is not really for the traditional air navigation service provider. It's more for the more dynamic industry that have already started to work on it. I'm not sure. I think that it's possible to envisage some rollout, some partial limited UTM services before 2020, but a full UTM service, I think, to be honest, it will take longer. And of course, my conclusion, Eurocontrol as a founding member of the CESAR joint undertaking, and also in our role of network manager, we are fully available to contribute to this research and development effort on all operational and technical issues. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Now we'll hear about some of that technology, I believe.
Good afternoon, and thank you, Philippe, for having awakened everybody. As citizens, we can be afraid of drones when we see aircraft collisions, infringement of airport area, or drones flying over garden school. But we can also be extremely excited when hearing that drones will allow to deliver medicines to isolated people, will help search and rescue and support firefighters, for example. Drones will enable or will bring a massive societal change. Internet has reduced the communication barriers. Drones will enable to reduce the geographical barriers. And that's clearly one of the main objectives of the European Union. So yes, we can be afraid of drones, we can be reluctant to change, but fear or reluctance has never prevented the changes to happen. And as of today, we have concerns, we have risks, but we have opportunities. And the good news is that we basically have already solutions. And that's what I will try to present to you. So the concerns and the opportunities or requirements, they basically can be categorized in four main areas. Security, we discussed that a lot, safety, but also airspace access or business efficiency, and societal acceptance. And we need to address these four areas in a holistic way. They must not be approached one by one, because that will lead to unsatisfactory solutions. That's the trap that we have to avoid. This being said, UTM, we consider that it must not be segregated from ATC. We also consider that it must not be integrated into ATC. That would bring the heavy part of the legacy systems. The real requirements are about interoperability and interfaces. So our approach is to propose a multi-user platform interfaced with legacy systems, interfaced with various connectivity technologies, including mobile network. We consider that it has to be cloud-based to make it easy, to make it redundant and affordable. We also consider that it has to be big data ready. Thanks to this provision, it will enable a scalable approach, a flexible approach. As today we have already identified a list of services, but it's absolutely obvious that in the future, this list of services will grow with services that we have not yet identified. So the key functional areas on which we are focusing on are, first of all, planning functions, and that includes trajectory volume request management, including the notification and the automatic approval, the airspace management, including the dynamic no-fly or restricted areas. But it also addresses the in-flight functions, such as situation awareness for authorities, including the flight non-conformance messaging service to alert pilots in particular case, such as infringement or emergency instructions. At midterm, we are also working on post-ops analysis, including flight recording, non-cooperative drones detection, and advanced planning deconflicting to allow high density of drones. What is important is that each category of stakeholders, authorities, force authorities, pilots, operators, but also citizens, will have a specific profile which, when it will be logged into the system, will enable to access to adapted HMI. Very basic, very simple for the citizen, probably more sophisticated for authorities, for ATC or the pilots. But everyone will rely on the same information having its specific functions. The platform can access to third-party services and also embed third-party applications. The access to the services would be possible either through web, through mobile applications, or directly into the mission control system of the drones. Here I will not enter too much into the detail. These are screenshots of our platform, which is in development. And while I'm very honored to speak in front of you, we are just now demonstrating this platform in Singapore to 30 ANSPs, including many European ANSPs. So as I said, the solutions are already there. That's my last slide. I know my time is over. So what do we expect? What do we need from you? First of all, we need the rules of the game to be set. So when the rule will be defined, when defined, we can propose a lot of functions, but if we don't know which performances, which quality of service we need to achieve, we cannot, as manufacturer, develop the solutions for the market. Another point is that it's fundamental that in each nation an authority be designated. So not only the rule of the game, but also who we have to talk with and to who we are going to demonstrate the quality of service and the performance that we will achieve. Because of course, everything has to be performance-based. Funding is of course a key question. But let's be realistic. We heard some figures this morning from Commissioner Bulc. We are not in the same order of magnitude than the figures across the Atlantic, whether it's NASA or whether it's Google, Amazon, and so on. But we are used in Europe to do more with less. And the important point from our point of view is that this funding has to be allocated to some critical activities. And these critical activities, to enable the deployment of UTM in a stepwise approach, has to be concentrated on supporting the standardization activities, that's one, assessing the technical feasibility of regulation or implementation rules, and finally to support operations de-risking. We also expect CAAs, EASA, ANSPs, and JARUS to support the standardization activities in a coordinated fashion. And we believe that for this standardization activities, EUROCAE is the appropriate organization. Some working groups have already been set up and it's already up and running. Finally, last word, I think that in terms of business models, that must not be imposed. There will be certainly different business models that will emerge, and it might depend on the region, on the towns, on the nation. And the important point is that it has to enable all these stakeholders to access and address the right information. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We're going to continue down the line with different approaches to technology and deeper dives.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. What a pleasure it is to be here today. If I can get my clicker to work, it will be even more of a pleasure. Hang on a second. There we go. That's me. I'm Richard Parker. I'm the founder and the CEO of Altitude Angel. And I'm here today to talk to you guys about something which you may not have noticed had just crept in. And I'm willing to bet that at some point not in your not too distant future, you all went to bed and you woke up and drone technology had happened. And today, I think you probably all went to bed last night, and perhaps many of you also thought that UTM technology hadn't yet happened. But as you'll learn perhaps from some of our colleagues on the panel today, as we just saw there as well, UTM is happening now. But the question we have to ask ourselves is it the UTM that we want? Is it doing the things that we expect? Is it enabling the scenarios that we need? Now, I represent a technology company. And traditionally, technology companies are frowned upon when it comes to things like safety, particularly from an aviation perspective. But one of the goals of Altitude Angel is to solve some of the safety problems, the key fundamental safety problems in the field of UTM and in the field of the adoption of drone technology today. And our key for doing this, our reason for doing this, is as a technology company, we're very well placed to understand what other technology companies need to solve those safety problems. So what we build, what we fundamentally care about, is giving people the tools that they need, giving regulators, giving authorities, giving other aerial stakeholders the tools that they need to implement UTM safely today. So what you're going to see over the next few minutes is a couple of demonstrations of a real system that you can go and use today. But before I get into that, I think it's important to point out, even though I don't have very long, that there are several principles that most technology companies need to think about when approaching UTM. The first is accuracy. What we need is accurate data. And I think there are many people in the audience today that are focused on producing data that we expect other people to consume. Now, the future of UTM is not necessarily about people consuming that information. It is about drones consuming that information. So fundamentally, what we need to do is create a repository of information that people can use to promote the safe adoption of drone technology in their states and across the world. It has to be relevant. A lot of the aviation data available today isn't relevant to a drone pilot. So this means taking what we know about a drone pilot and blending that with the safety information those people need to see. Because the vast majority of drone pilots today aren't trained aviators. They're amateurs. And that will change in the future, but we have a here and now problem to solve as well. So I won't go into too much detail on the remaining principles, but I think it's important to remember that from a UTM perspective, this technology will play out on a timeline. And as I just said, we have a here and now problem. That here and now problem is that we have technology that we just can't put back in the box. People are going to fly this stuff. Businesses are dreaming of imaginable, incredible ways to transform lives and transform their own businesses. So how do we enable those folks to continue that trend of innovation? How do we accelerate and catalyze that adoption while making sure that all stakeholders have what they need? Whether you're a regulator trying to understand how this technology is being used in the field, or whether you're a technology company wondering how your product is going to be sold in 160 countries worldwide. And then there's the midterm. And I'm going to skip through the midterm because we all kind of know where that's going. That's beyond visual line of sight, probably remote piloting. But I think the future that we all imagine when we think of UTM, it's very tempting to do that, is that it's 20, 30 years away. The sky is full of drones doing all manner of tasks. That represents a lot of challenges. So let's not try and boil the ocean, ladies and gentlemen. Let's focus on the things that we can do today, pragmatically. And the message from Altitude Angel is, this stuff is here now. We're solving a lot of these problems today. And my request for everyone who is a regulator or an authority or any interested aviation stakeholder is to participate with those technology companies, is to help us test our products, is to give us the space and the framework within which to expand and innovate. And I think to a large part that is happening. Now I'm going to show you a vision. This is an Altitude Angel vision, and it starts today with a drone that's being piloted under visual line of sight rules. Now, we have to provide human operators today with access to much richer information about the safety environment around them. That means highlighting areas that are of concern to them and also thinking about manned aviation. How do we connect a human pilot who is not in the cockpit of an aircraft or not connected to ATC? How do we connect them with situation intelligence? Because that's how we improve safety today. And guess what? Once we've solved that problem, once we've solved standardizing the data that we need, we can think about how to apply that technology out in the field, whether that's a drone that's being flown by a human under radio control locally, or connected to some telecommunications infrastructure and allowing that drone to fly autonomously. And again, there are problems there we have to fix. There are no solutions that work for everyone today, but we work together. And in the future, we can start to think about taking the concepts of existing aviation, such as air corridors, and much more efficiently dividing that airspace up and orchestrating that airspace to achieve the density in that U space that we're learning about. So one function of a UTM I want us to focus on today, because it's tangible and it's immediate, is to consolidate information from various stakeholders and to make it simple for technology companies, for drone operators, for stakeholders, regulators, authorities to access that information and then to produce that information. Tell people where they are flying. Tell a helicopter pilot where they're going to be flying so that we can protect our emergency services. So at its core today, my proposal to you is this. UTM is nothing more than the sharing of information today. In the future, it will become what the people in this room and the people of the world think it needs to be. And I invite you guys to join us on that journey as we build it. Now, I don't have much longer left, so there are lots of challenges. And I think for the sake of presentation, I'm allowed to skip over all of the challenges, but I'm happy to share those with anyone that needs it. But if you look at the technology behind what companies like Altitude Angel are building, it's very complicated. But the effect of that cannot be complicated. The effect of it when it gets to a drone pilot, the effect of that when it gets to a drone must be simple, it must be clear, and it must be well determined. And that's where regulators, and that's where authorities, and to a certain extent, that's where technology companies come in. Now at its core, Altitude Angel isn't focused on becoming the world's conglomeration of UTM. Altitude Angel is about building the technology that allow UTM companies to communicate. And we're very pleased to announce that we're already collaborating with a number of UTM-style collaborators, style companies today. You'll see Unifly sat on the stage with me. There are others around the world to exchange what might be viewed as competitive information. Where are our customers flying their drones? And we exchange that information freely to improve safety in the airspace. And our goal is to enable that drone industry to really, really take off. So I don't have much longer left. In fact, I think my time is up, so I'm going to very quickly present this to you guys. It's about taking this information, making it available to people. And anyone can go download this worldwide app today and use it. But it's not just about apps. What we need to do is to productionize, to test, and to prove that the safety systems that technology companies are building today are appropriate and fundamental to the rollout of UTM across the European Union. And this is an engineering video. And what we need is permission to go and do more of this in more countries, to take more drones in a more congested urban environment. And if anyone wants to know more about what I'm showing, I'm very happy to talk more about that later on. But for now, I think I will just say thank you very much, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the conference.
Thank you very much. Now we have Mark Kegelaars from Unifly.
Good afternoon, all. It's a pleasure for me to be here and to be able to speak to this audience. I'm not sure you realize, but these presentations for the presenters is a big challenge, because we all can talk about hours about the things that we do, and we have been given exactly 7 minutes. And there's a clock ticking away at us, so it's a very stressful environment. So to make sure that I get the message across, I start by giving you my conclusions, the conclusion of the presentation that I will be giving now. 3 messages that I want to come across. The drone industry needs UTM. For those that haven't read the PwC, report yet, please do read it. We are all convinced that the drone industry will bring billions to the economy, but there's one condition there's a number of conditions that need to be fulfilled, and one is that there has to be a good way of managing the drones for the industry to come. Second statement that I want to make, there is already UTM technology. We've been building UTM technology for many years. A lot of the companies here on the panel right now are doing just that. And it's made in Europe. We do not have to rely on foreign technology to to do the UTM. Okay. I want to give you a brief story about our company because that gives us the philosophy of what we do as a company. The very first idea about UTM, and it wasn't called UTM just yet, the very first idea about wanting to manage drone traffic started in our company in 2012 already. Now, in this fast-changing industry, that's an eternity. So, 2 air traffic controllers saw the problem coming of drones entering the airspace. So, in our minds, in our company, we think air traffic control. They met with a research organization called VITO, and they started to build a prototype of a future unmanned traffic management system. And one of the key elements of that system was that we did not want to create a product in a vacuum, but we realized that if you want to create a UTM, you have to talk to and be compliant with the manned aviation. So one of the first things that we did, we actually designed a SWIM interface to our product. And our product was entered in the SWIM Masterclass competition in 2014. And lo and behold, we became in second after Airbus and before Boeing. At that time, we thought, okay, we have something here. We could create a company out of this. So in 2015, we did create a company with the objective of being a good supplier of UTM software. 2016, very important period in our life. Over the last 5 months, we've been able to attract 6.2 million users of funding to be able to continue the development of this product and to be able to support nationwide implementations. Okay, now, if you build a UTM software, you must be certain that it is acceptable and in compliance with the industry and the industry. That's why we became a founding member and a board member of the Global UTM Association, and we saw a presentation today. We are one of the founding members of Drone Alliance Europe, and we are a member of UVDSI. Plus, our Unifly staff contributes to ISO, EURICAI, JARIS, CSIU. We are also in the EASA stakeholder consultation body. We are part of the GEO task force, and now we are, via UVSI, we are in the rulemaking body. Few words on what the architecture is all about. In the center, we see Unifly. It's in the cloud, a big database type application, and we feed that with lots of information. Top left, airspace data. We are online connected to the EAD database. So our database contains the airspace in real time of Europe. Second is legislation. We've created a technology whereby we can take the legislation of a country or of a region and translate it into validation rules. So we can determine if a drone is supposed to be somewhere or not. We connect to ATM, so we can pull in data from the manned aviation. We know where the manned aviation is. We work with GIS databases, so we know where there are obstacles, and we can pull in weather data. With all that information, we do a lot of processing, and we give that information to applications using a Unifly application programming interface. So this huge amount of data is available for other applications through an API. And through that API, on top of that, we've built a number of applications. One is a Launchpad, which is an app on typically a smartphone. Unifly Pro is a product that can be used by professional drone operators to plan their flights and validate their flights. Unifly Sentry is a toolbox which we can build applications for aviation authorities, ANSPs, rescue services, and so on and so forth. And then through the API, we can also talk to typical applications that talk to the drones. So we can retrieve information from the drones, typically position data, but we can also send in real time information to the drones so that the drone can take a decision if it can be in that space, yes or no. Typical functions that we can provide, and not tomorrow, but day after tomorrow, but actually tomorrow. Registration of drones and drone pilots. Provision of airspace and legislation to drone users, so you do not have to be a specialist to be able to know if you comply somewhere or not. Creation of temporary no-drone zones, very useful for police forces or regional authorities. Dynamic geofencing, flight planning and validation of flights, flight tracking, and then communication with drone pilots and the drones themselves. We are and want to be an open architecture. We do not want to have an application that is just ours. We want to be very open. We want to work with third-party vendors. And one of the examples has just been mentioned, and that is Altitude Angel. And I have 2 seconds left, 1, 0. That's my 7 minutes.
You get the punctuality award for the day, so thank you. Next, we hear from another data company, technology company, Mr. Pavel Kozhets from Drone Radar.
Hello. Hello all. This is a great honor for me to talk to such great audience. So I would like to share with you, or like this. I'm sorry, I'm too low. I don't see the.
Okay.
Okay. So I would like to share with you experience of 1 year of developing and using the production application for the drone operators that we have developed in Poland. And when 2.5 years ago we started to develop the idea or how to make this system, we asked ourselves the question, is it better to avoid the aviation catastrophe, or it's better to know the contact details to the men who make the crash in the aviation? And as a result of that, we realized that we need to first educate the market. And this education was checked by the couple of surveys that I did with my son and his colleagues. And then we realized that whenever we talk about the aviation in the meaning of UAV operators, we meet people who does not know anything about aviation, like what is FIT as a height measure, what is AMSL, what is UTC time, and so on and so on. So whenever we were scheduling the structure of the system, we realized that we need to simply develop system for total amateurs, the people that completely don't know anything about the aviation. And it was said, as this was said today by Patrick Key from EASA, that the drones are the airspace users, and those users need to behave. I would say that we need to give the tools that those users will behave in the right way. So this was the background of this application that we did. So let me start with the system. So this is what is Drone Radar today. The Drone Radar is basically two things. The first one is the mobile application for the aviation users. So we took the shoe, we wear the shoes of the users, and we behave like them without any knowledge about the aviation. So what the application is doing, it in every place make the assessment of the airspace availability. And as we used to say in Poland, that the devil dream in the details, which means that whenever we present any data, we push ourselves to present all data related to the airspace. Either this is the fixed airspace, like the CTR, TMA, and so on, either this is the flexible airspaces driven by AUP, UUP, NOTAMs, and so on and so on. So Drone Radar is a mobile application integrated into air navigation services system, easy to use, green, yellow, and red. With these three lights, you know whenever you can fly in the current place or not. Green you can, yellow there are some restrictions, red is not allowed. Drone Radar also enables the registration and monitoring of areas where Airpass flights are taking place. Okay, so we can register the place, and what is the most important is the fact that we ensure non-verbal communication between UTM, between a navigation service provider and the drone operators. Why it's not verbal? It's very easy. Whenever the UAV operator is flying, the drone, all hands are busy. So he needs to have a tool that we can communicate to him without, handing the phone in the head. So we developed such a system, and I will show you how it works in the wild. So what is behind that system? I mean, this is the huge database. This is Drone Radar Airspace Business Intelligence, which integrates all kinds of aviation information, so we are online connected to the databases sources. We are online scanning the NOTAM, UUP, AUP, whatever it is called, and we compare those information about the aviation airspaces with the ground information. So whenever UAV operator is thinking about flight, he simply confronts the height, it's meters above the ground, with the AMSL airspaces, which are commonly used in the aviation. We offer this also as a service, so this is airspace information as a service, so everyone can use who will sign the agreement with us. And what is the most important beyond that? We ensure two-way communication, as I said. So we can, as a drone operator, we can raise the alarm. I lost the drone, so with the two sliders, I just create what was the escape speed and what was the battery left in the system. So when I push the panic button, everything is presented in the UTM system. And also opposite way. When there is a restriction in the airspace, whenever there is a danger in the CTR, either there is a HEMS flight, the person on the tower, on the flight information service, can mark the system, and every user of this application, even with the switched off application, can be reached by the alarm created by the system. So this is how it works. This is based on the notification systems, it's quite effective in that manner. What we also do, we create the interface for third-party mission planners. So we would like to engage all of these tools in every even open source mission planner to present the information, to create the flight, and also for the BVLOS flying to create upfront flight plans and future NOTAMs. And let me share the statistic now. So today we have 20,000 users in Poland. 96 of certified UAV operators in Poland are using drone radar, and this is the fact. Today we have, thanks to agility of our CAA, we have more than 3,000 certified UAV operators. This is a huge number, and 96% are using drone radar today. We have up to 100 real check-ins daily, which is quite interesting, and this is the most interesting part. With that application, we know whenever someone is checking the airspace at the current place, and believe me, this is confronted by the Google Analytics system, we have 45,000 airspace checks per month in Poland. So how many lives we saved? I don't know. I hope all, basically, because no crash has happened. But 45,000 airspace checks are happening today in Poland via this application. Okay. Also, we provide the tools for mountain volunteer search and rescue, Rowerek, and also for the police department, where the people or the organization can mark the place, and this will create the virtual airspace that everyone with the application will be notified that there is something. So either they will be not allowed to fly, either they will be asked to support the searching action, for instance. Yes, so this is how it works. So few information. We would not be able to make it without the marketing. So in the December last year, we created the billboard marketing campaign in the whole Poland. So that's why we got the users. So we got the users via this marketing. Then in the April 2016, Polish military integrated that system into their system just to obtain the approval for a flight in the military airspaces, MATZ. So this was the first step, and thanks to the Polish military forces, we were able to do this. Then we integrated in the August this system with the ANSP provider, Polish PASP, in the Pandora system, and then we added just more functionality. This is cloud-based system confronted with many modules. It is open system, so we can integrate with many other companies on the market. So this is quite obvious. And conclusions. We were asked to give the conclusion for this recommendation by the end for the Warsaw Agreement. So I would like to give one recommendation to all of us. This is that provide UAV operators with the information and tools, and then enforce the law. So this is just the basic stuff for the just culture or safety management system in the aviation world, but please provide the information and the tools and then enforce the law. And don't expect that the people who have never met any aviation part, they will know how to read the AAP supplement, NOTAMs, and the rest of these things, because it's simply not possible. Because we as pilots, we like to learn this, but those who have operators, they hate to learn it, because this is just something that they need to do on top of that. And my time is gone, so those are the conclusion. And during also the discussion today, I will finish in 20 seconds. So the last thing I would like to recommend to the regulator is that whenever you allow any producer of the drones or the computers that are flying computers, please enforce the open standards for things like geofencing, for monitoring, and so on and so on. As simply as that. Whenever you want to sell something in the EU, provide us with the open standards. And the company like we, like many others, will integrate with that as simply as that. So software will drive this world, and the software will change this world. So thank you.
Thank you. And finally, from our panel, Sebastian Babiaj from Nokia.
Dzień dobry Państwu. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm really glad to be here today because I would like to bring a bit different perspective what's already talking here. And I also very glad to be on this panel because we are touching the UTM system and everybody here explaining what the UTM system is, what kind of UTM system existing. But for me, unfortunately, nobody talking about the communication. And today I would like to talk about the communication because as a Nokia, we are working on the infrastructure for mobile networks. So we see very strong that mobile networks can play a really important role in the UTM, in the drone enabler, and also in the future drone application. Okay, so we have some problems. Maybe can we go to the next slide? Thank you. So, picture about mobile network, or not even mobile network, but how the drones, UAVs, are used today. It's simply peer-to-peer communication. So we have a pilot on the ground, we have a drone in the sky, and most of the cases, this is just face-to-face discussion. So pilot has the controller, pilot controlling the drone, command control, and then we have this picture here. We are not talking about efficient exchanging the data. We are not talking about enabling these drones to really flying beyond visual line of sight. We're just talking about peer-to-peer communication. Please go to the next slide. We are now facing to the situation where we have already mobile network. And what does it mean for the drones? It simply means that the drones can fly above the ground up to 150 meters. And in some cases, probably most of the gentlemen here, when they did the test, they faced that the communication is there, connectivity is there from mobile network. But the problem is that this connectivity, this mobile network is not by purpose. It's just kind of coincidence that the mobile network reception is there. But the operator is not focusing on the users in the sky. The operators are focusing, mobile network operators are focusing on the user above 1.5 meters above the ground. So it means that we can start testing something right now, and this is true, but we cannot really rely on this communication because this is not proof for the drone usage and the drone communication. But some of the operators of the drone already recognize that this kind of system where we have the continuous seamless communication connectivity in the sky can bring some benefit. So then we are going to the next point. Okay, now it's working, thank you. So we're coming to the, okay, this was the slide, I'm sorry. This was the slide where I'm discussing, where we have the communication, but we don't have really proper done communication. Some small problems. Now we are talking about the situation that the mobile network is done in purpose for the connecting the drones. And what is bringing to us? it's bringing the communication connectivity. So now we can connect the drones. We can enable the UTM, really. We can enable beyond visual line of sight. And what's the most important, because here we are talking on this panel, we are talking about the UTM itself. Before we were talking about kind of application, what the drones can do right now, like surveillance, some inspection, some these things which are nowadays used. But I like the comparison from Mr. Sampson at the beginning, when he compared the drones to the mobile phones. And this is where we have to head, where we have to look forward to the future. That the drones which we are using now, most probably will be not the same in the future. In the future, we will think about the drones which are like the mobile phones right now. 10 years ago, mobile phones was just a communication device. Right now is a piece of computing power which doing almost everything. 10 years ago, nobody here probably was thinking that can buy something with the mobile phone. Right now, it's true. So I would really encourage you to look in the future that the drones, connected drones, can be like the mobile phones 10 years ago and now and today. So it means that we can think about completely new application, completely new services with the drones, which we are not thinking right now. And this is what is the future. And to go to this future, we have to think about the connectivity. Still 2.5 minutes. Okay. Sorry. And to coming a bit farther. So in Nokia, we also have kind of vision how the UTM can be enabled and how this application can be enabled. So the one point is the connectivity. Mobile network, prepare a mobile network for the drones. This is one story. We are working on that. We are discussing with operators. Mobile network operators. But another story is when we're talking about the critical communication, critical computing of the data, which the UTM will be, which some pieces of the application from the drones also will be, like video analytics, some data analytics where the drone executing this mission. We have to think about the cloud solution, which is really reliable, and the communication with this cloud solution has to be also done on some low latency level. And here we are coming to the system which we call multi-access edge computing. So this is not just the Nokia invention, it's a trend where the mobile network communication is going. Simply, it's the cloud which is on the edge of mobile network. But we are talking about a situation where this cloud is implemented into the mobile network. So all data which are received from the drones are not going farther beyond mobile network, but are computed inside. So this is giving kind of reliability and low latency communication data exchange. And some examples here that this technology is already in the scope of the connected cars, Car2X, or in general Vehicle2X. And this technology can also bring some new functionality or the functionality which are now thought, but there is no really reliable solution for that, like collision avoidance, not only based on the sense and avoid on the drones, which is of course very important, but also collision avoidance on the level where the UTM can do that. We are also talking about 3D navigation, automated UAV mission. So all these things has to be somehow enabled, and all these things can be enabled with mobile network and also with the cloud computing, which is inside the mobile network. Thank you very much. I will leave the last sentence for the panel now, but thank you very much.
Many thanks to all of the members of the panel. So to the question of how to safely manage low-level air traffic, and we've heard that UTM will need cooperation and input from many players, that a lot of information is being amassed, and that some UTM technology already exists and is already quite robust. The task is challenging, in particular because many end users are not aviators, so don't fit into existing systems, and reliable communication technology is vital for this. One question that occurred to me as I was listening, I'd like to put to the panel before we break this open, is Europe's current air traffic management system suffers from the problems that the Single Sky is trying to address. Will drones be subject to the same problems and a balkanized approach, or can what you all are doing move beyond the national approach that we have in air traffic management, and can drones leapfrog into a single sky of their own, or lead the way to a single sky? Maybe can we, well, we'll just go through the panel.
Yes, first of all, I'd like to say that I'm really impressed by the achievement of the drone industry. As I said, I really believe that the technology is here, it's possible, we just have to define the specification of the UTM system that we want to develop. Remember Patrick's speech this morning, it should be a risk-based approach. It also has been underlined by Steve Kramer. The bottom line is risk assessment. So I think in order to define where we want to go, we must proceed with the risk assessment. We must define a safety case for all the different scenarios we envisage for drone operation, especially in urban areas. And for that, I really believe that we have to bring together a team with the professional from air traffic control, with the pilots, with the helicopter pilots. I mean, all the people that feel threatened today by the drone emergence, they should participate in the definition of an exhaustive list of risk. And after that, you can work on the mitigation. And I believe that you are almost ready to demonstrate that you are able to mitigate this risk, but you need to know what are the risks that you want to mitigate. So this is the priority for me. To answer more precisely your question, yes, I really believe that a European common approach, fully managed at the European level, would accelerate very significantly the pace of the progress, and in order to avoid the traditional fragmented development.
I will not be long. I think all will rely on standardization and on the interoperability of the systems. Second point, one size will not fit all. There will be solutions which will meet local requirements, but it's important that those solutions which are going to be deployed will have to be interoperable. No way we will integrate these solutions in the existing ATC systems. That's a must to avoid.
Thank you. So what can ATM learn from UTM and vice versa? And I think it's incumbent upon technology companies to integrate with ATM insofar as today we have a problem. We cannot see manned aviation properly. And some drones will never carry sensors which can avoid manned aviation. So we must provide systems that can provide them with that insight. And again, we've got companies like Nokia that are solving the communication problem. But what we need to do is to connect various stakeholders together. So if you want to improve safety in the UTM, you have to have an interoperability with ATM. And what we're starting to explore now is what information does ATM want back? And I think, again, coming back to that original question, yes, I think UTM technology can leapfrog. But can UTM technology also help ATM? We're already developing systems which can track drones with a higher fidelity, more drones for a longer period of time than existing ATM infrastructure. So is some of that technology applicable backwards? Lots of questions, lots of food for thought.
I have some thoughts on this as well. We have been in contact with ANSPs all over the world, and the word that seems to be striking a chord is a federated system. Ultimately, what we see or could potentially happen is that every country or even every region in the country have their own UTM system to manage drone traffic in their area. And those might be from different suppliers, but what will be very essential is that they all talk to each other, and there has to be an interoperability between all of those UTM systems, and that will be key. And in the area of that interoperability, that there will be the key. Second thing that I would like to address here, we're all technology companies. We have explained that we have technology that can be put into service very, very rapidly. But what is lacking today is a good European-wide legislation to manage all of this, to create all of this. I've gone through a financing round for my company, and it was very strange to me that I had a lot of interest in my company from American investors and from investors from the Far East, because that's where the market is really growing very rapidly right now, and that is because there is a common legislation that enables the growth of this industry. In Europe, it's not there yet, and what I would like to stress here in this platform is that don't take too long, because Europe has had an advance. We were ahead of the game 2 years ago, but the United States has caught us, and the Far East is catching us as well. So I would like to impress some speed and some practicalities here.
Okay, more than agree with what was said, but I think we cannot compare the drone industry with anything that happened in the past in the aviation. We simply cannot compare this because, I'm sorry, now it's better. I said we cannot compare anything what's now happening with the drones with any aviation history that we have currently. Because today we have a social media, and those people organizing the social media, and they will create their own environment for flying drones in this European airspace. And of course we can punish them, we can block them, whatever, but they will develop. And today, if anyone is saying that the legislation should go as quick as possible, I think we always step back beyond those people. So my recommendation is just to observe what's happening on the market, observe those people, be very careful with the certification, because we know how difficult it is to certify pilot for IFR flights, for instance. We know how difficult it is to certify the airplane for IFR flights. 90% of the BVLOS flights will be, by the end of the day, the IFR flights. So how we want to certify them. So don't lose the time on this certification, focusing on the certification. Use the time for developing the tools that will evangelize the market of those people, that they will be sure and they will not destroy the great opinion of safety, of aviation safety that we have developed for more than 100 years. This is what I would like to recommend. Thank you.
Yeah, I think that many statements are already done here with the great panelists here. I would like to somehow summarize is that we have a big toolbox already with different tools which can support the drones, which can support connectivity, can support sense and avoid, can support UTM. Now the problem is how to integrate it. So we have to focus on integration of these tools together, because without integration, we cannot enable anything. And what Mark said about the investment, this is also a crucial point, because the US is going forward and they are spending a lot of money. If it's good or not, it's not judged to me. But the point is that the money is always driving something. The ideas are good, but without money, we cannot innovate. And we cannot really integrate it correctly. We cannot enable all this application which I talked before. So these 2 points, right integration and right investment, is the key here. Thank you.
Thank you all. I think we're starting to get a picture of where things really need to go. It's not going to be easy, but at least the to-do list is coming together. We're actually almost back on schedule, so if there are any burning questions, we could address them. Otherwise, as it's getting late in the day, we might move on to the next panel, if that's okay with everybody. I understand we're going to have a safety awareness video that the European Commission has put together. If the technology allows, I think the video will run while we change panels. Oh, okay.
Drones are not toys. They can be dangerous, and their use is strictly regulated to avoid accidents. You are responsible for your flight. Always check the rules. Today, rules differ from country to country. If you take your drone on holiday, rules might be different from those in your home country. In all countries, 3 main types of rules will apply to your drone activity. Pay attention, some countries have different rules for model aircraft activities. Please verify whether they apply to your flight. Remember that rules are meant to prevent accidents and to protect people. However, breaking the rules might lead to criminal prosecution and financial consequences. Safety and operations. Before takeoff, check if flying restrictions apply in the area you plan to operate in. Cities and large portions of the airspace above your head are forbidden for drones. Never fly near airports or people. Always keep your drone in sight in order to avoid obstacles and accidents. Always respect flying restrictions and follow available national safety guidelines. Insurance and liability. Check your private liability contract to make sure you are insured. When in doubt, contact your insurer. If you're not insured, ask for an extended coverage or purchase a new contract. Privacy and data protection. Privacy is protected by laws and is considered a fundamental right in Europe. Good practice recommendations. Respect people's right to privacy and do not intentionally interfere with their private life. Whenever possible, inform people about your intention to take pictures or videos and ask for their permission. Think before sharing personal data on the internet and social media. When in doubt or for any further information about privacy obligations, visit our website or contact your National Data Protection Authority. Now that you're aware of some of the most important rules, have fun and enjoy your flight. For more information, visit www.dronerules.eu.
I gather we had one question. Was there something urgent? Okay, in that case.
Yes, I have one question.
Oh, sorry.
Just concerning the drone radar presentation, you mentioned all the users that have grown in Poland in the last year. What would you say is the most unique aspect of this application, especially compared to other solutions that are now available on the especially European market? What is the uniqueness of this system?
So as we have heard, there are many systems, and I believe all of them are great. But what is unique for us today is simply that, first of all, we are fully operational for 1 year. We are fully integrated with the written agreement with the military airspace, with the Polish air navigation services. So we are connected. We are in the towers and the flight information services. And the second thing is that we integrate all aviation information plus local regulations. So for instance, when on the 7th of September, the new regulation came to Poland, like, buffer zones 1 kilometer from the fence of the airport or 6 kilometers, on the same day, those regulations were integrated into the application. So this is unique. Thank you.
Okay. One more quick question.
Hello, Jacques Rousmanov from XP. 2 questions. You talked about a lot of data you are collecting to make a proper UTM system. If you look into other segments, let's say automated driving, if we talk about automotive, then there is a similar discussion going on to prepare the infrastructure for car-to-car communication and car-to-infrastructure communication. I wonder whether it would make sense to combine those approaches and think about using those technologies, which are already today running on platooning pilots, platooning use cases very well, and use those for drone-to-drone communication and drone-to-infrastructure communication. Because in the end, you generate data which gives you the information where a drone is, and together with the identification of the drone, you would be able to know what drone it is, to whom it belongs, after registration, of course, and this might be a benefit for the UTM system.
I think the question's to me. That this is the last slide which I present, that we are already working on car-to-X communication. We are already working on vehicle-to-X standards. So for us, extension for drone-to-X communication is just a natural extension. And this is where we are also working on mobile network and this infrastructure inside mobile network. So there is one challenge which not so many people talking here. So when we start using the drones and start streaming the data from these drones, more or less we will kill the network when all the people will start streaming the video from these drones. So the next generation mobile network can really enable full blow of the network deployment.
And I would even go one step further. There is another technology called 802.11p, which is used for safety reasons for car-to-car communication, especially because what you mentioned, it's not about downloading any video or streaming any video. It's about having the right capacity available for safety use cases. And this could be a combination, a perfect combination with the 5G approach. And I just want to recommend that to take this into account for the next pilots in France, in Germany, in Poland.
Yeah, one word on conclusion. So when we're talking about mobile network, we also have to think that not all data which be sent from the drone will be treated in the same level. So when we're talking about the UTM, we have to think about really high priority data, which always has to be received and sent. When we're talking about the user data, it could be much lower priority. And this is what mobile network can handle. And this is what also we all have to understand, that there is a capability to do that, but we have to steer it properly. Thank you.
Maybe a second point I want to point out is the cybersecurity issue. I think there was a lot of slides already presented where we saw security from, in the view of cybersecurity. And I know there's a panel tomorrow, so we will discuss this tomorrow, but I wonder why this is not reflected in the current EASA prototype rules.
I think that might be a question for tomorrow, because
okay.
It's another subject. So, any final questions? Okay, once again, I'd like to thank the panel. I think it was a very specific, concrete, and informative panel, so thank you all. And we'll go straight into our next panel, which is about drones and security. So if I could welcome up onto the stage Dariusz Rykachewski from the Air Force Institute of Technology, Grzegorz Postak from PKP Cargo, Krzysztof Biskup from the Scientific and Research Center for Fire Protection, and Roland van Reybrouck, the Director of Cooperation, Planning and Support at the European Defense Agency. Unfortunately, Birgit Buch, who is on the program, is unable to join us. So perhaps we'll go straight into Dr. Rykachewski.
Dzień dobry Państwu. Reprezentuję Instytut Techniczny Wojsk Lotniczych.
Good afternoon. I'm here on behalf of the Air Force Institute of Technology. So my speech will be a little bit different because we will be speaking about a different use of drones and the legislation to be implemented in the future. I will be speaking about some products that my company has implemented in the Army, and some of these products are also used for civilian purposes. A lot has been said here about the paradox. Technically, Army doesn't need any rules in the sense we've been discussing here, because the military airspace can be closed and it's all sorted out. But this is not that simple. We've been speaking about unmanned aircrafts, UAS, but we have to bear in mind that the system and this definition still needs a man. What happens when such a device in the future is autonomous with an artificial intelligence software installed? What threats does it pose? We don't know that yet today. When designing UAVs, we have to bear in mind all the systems and subsystems. One of the most important ones are the transmission systems. In other applications, no one questions that the transmission system should be encoded or not. Well, in the army, all the regulations say that such devices that exchange information should be encoded. In the civilian applications, drones that you buy in the supermarket don't have such a protection. So any third person might access the information, and this is a threat to us. The drones, from the very beginning, from the early stages of the design, are placed in a network, and we know all the time where a device is located and how it functions in the army. The civilian devices don't have such a thing. I would like to say a few words about our accomplishments. Other companies and my company prove that technically we are slightly ahead of what we've been speaking about today. We are ready. We have Polish technological solutions that make us capable of meeting all the requirements concerning the civilian use of drones. The chart you see is related to the question about the time frame by which year will we be able to draft the rules and create the market. I think that such a market already exists. Once we start testing and using these systems, the situation of the legislation will change. As a company, we don't only test devices and new systems that are used, but we implement them and exploit them, operate them. So we need a space which is different than the military one to test such drones. You can see a few drones here that have already been implemented in the Polish army, especially the third one, whose speed can be up to 600 kilometers per hour. Now we can test it actually only in the Ustka polygon, where the speed limit is 40 kilometers, where the limit is 40 kilometers, so this is not adapted to the future uses. A few photos here where we gathered information, gathered data. This project was co-funded with the EU funds. An UAV was to be implemented there to fly over the seaside, but as there are no rules and standards, we couldn't implement this system. We couldn't use it. These small drones are lighter than 25 kilograms. This one is 1 kilogram. A soldier can have it in the rucksack. And Here we have the Polish technical innovation. We have created a product whose weight is 1,000 kilograms. And this is a problem because there's a difference between 25 and 1,000 kilograms. How and where can we test it? Only on a polygon. All the systems, autopilots, and the source codes are at our disposal, and we can design and program certain solutions concerning the safety and the potential access by third parties. To sum up, the Army needs to take an active part in the works regarding drafting the regulations, because this is promising to us for the future, and once we have these rules, we can proceed with certain tests and solutions. Some technical solutions that we need to bear in mind have to be verified, and that's why we need a close cooperation between the user and the manufacturer of the drones. Of course, the civilian use of UAVs, especially in Poland, is very much needed, and we need to take this path, and to the Army it is a challenge indeed. Thank you.
Dobry Państwu.
Good afternoon. I have a few points in my presentation and a few videos to show the work of my team. So I will briefly say what I have to say, and then we will have a look at the outcome of our work. I will be speaking about the use of UAVs. I will tell a few words about the fleet, the future that's ahead of us, and the direction of growth, the benefits of using drones in our company, and some examples of use. We use drones for prevention mostly, to prevent thefts of the cargo transported by our company. During the first 3 quarters of 2015, we didn't use drones, and the loss was of 2.9 million, and the first 3 quarters of this year, 1.4 million, and the drones were already in use, so we cut down on the loss by 1.5 million, more or less. This is the loss on the theft. You can see the green point when we started using the drones, and since then in PKP Cargo the trend has been negative in terms of the number of incidents. What's the thing that is dropped most often? Solid fuels, colored metals, other trite and liquid fuels. What's the use of drones in our company? We watch, patrol railway areas, we check the railway cars, we check the technical conditions of the buildings, we work with the police and the railway guards and the infrastructure operator, PKP, PLK. Now in the company we have 2 types of drones at the moment. The first one is called Phantom 3. This is a smaller one with a camera about a half-meter span, and it's used for patrolling the trains. It's used for, on average, for 3,000 minutes per quarter. We have the Eagle drones as well. This is a big drone used for patrolling extensive areas from a huge height. It has a huge camera and a thermal vision camera that makes it possible to identify a man at night even from a 2-kilometer distance, and on average they fly 1,800 minutes per quarter. Now a video.
Tutaj będziemy mieli przykład próby kradzieży.
This is an attempt at stealing coal from a railway car. Unfortunately, the sound is not working. You will hear the drone in a moment, and you will see the reaction. The thieves will hear the drone, and you will be able to see their reaction.
Znaczy, to nie ja byłem operatorem tego drona, także...
I was not the operator of the drone, it wasn't me, so you should give a round of applause to my colleague who's here with us. So, the future of the drones according to us. The drones are of use to us, and using them is fully justified, so we want to further develop the team which counteracts thefts. We've been negotiating now to buy new drones. This will be the third type of drones we will have that are now available on the market. We've been talking to the law enforcement agencies to use the videos from drones for investigation purposes. We are also working on implementing a pilot program to monitor the whole lines with a specific kind of drones. We can remotely monitor some distant areas. Drones make prevention more effective. They support the police and the railway guard in their work. They record camera image online in real time, which helps the law enforcement react faster and detain the thieves. They can access places where a man finds it hard to get, so it's easier to perform certain tasks with a drone. They are used to assess the condition of a facility and of a railway car, and whether a car is clean or not. With police, we have carried out 56 operations, 128 operations with the railway guard, and we were able to catch 89 thieves thanks to the use of drones. This is a marijuana plantation thanks to that was discovered thanks to the drones. This is what the drone flights have shown. This is an obstacle made by the thieves to stop a train, some natural disasters, a fallen tree. There is a flying drone, some attempts at robbing solid fuels or stealing solid fuels, and a movie that shows the problems we have to deal with on a daily basis and what the drones give us.
Akurat te zdjęcia nie są wykonane z drona, tak, tylko są wykonane kamerą.
This is a video shot with a camera, not from a drone, but our employees in the field also register, can record such people if they know that some thieves are there. They record them to later on give the material to the police. Some thieves trying to steal metals and scrap.
Jest ten mniejszy dron akurat, jest ten.
The Phantom 3. And the tracks from a drone's eye view. Thermal vision, thermal camera. Kind of looks like a kid's train set. Here we can see empty cars, train cars, and cooperation with the fire department and the law enforcement. Cooperation with the police, and this is actually a training or simulation of some kind of events. Thank you very much.
Mr. Biskup.
Dzień dobry. W związku z tym, że przez organizatorów...
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Because I've been asked to prepare a presentation in English, I will switch to English.
I'm going to focus on drones in emergency management from the perspective of first responding services. Undoubtedly, drones have very high potential in emergency management. Here on the slide you can see just a few examples like event coverage, hazardous materials, disaster assessment, search and rescue, or fire surveillance. But of course we could provide much more examples. What are the benefits of drones used for emergency services? In many cases, the cost of operations are much lower, but of course this is not the most important. The most important is higher safety. In many cases, thanks to drones, first responders are better protected and in many situations can be safer than ever before. Drones during the incident management are very useful not only during incident itself, but also pre-incident and also post-incident stage. And of course, drones are very good support for decision making due to better perspective, quicker data collection, higher data accuracy. Summarizing this part, I would say that drones are very useful tools for many purposes in emergency management, but what is important to remember, that drones are not antidote for all operational problems and challenges. Sometimes there are other tools much more useful than drones. What is the current status of drone use by emergency services? Of course, the interest is growing, but still we are at the beginner stage. Why? Because this is quite typical, that new technology, fear and dilemma, and the question, is it toy or tool? Doubts typical for new solutions like responsibility, procedures, training or logistics. And if we consider market offer versus emergency services needs, we need to underline that drones are designed and designated for many purposes, but not necessarily for emergency operation. But for emergency, to be useful for emergency operations, they need to meet some requirements. And one of the key requirements is a full and reliable access, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And this is not easy to meet this requirement because some reliability deficiencies. And of course, regulations needs. Regulations are very, very important element, but sometimes, especially if you consider first responding services, they constitute some kind of barriers. That's why there is a need of special exemptions for emergency services, like, for example, time for flight permission. Normally, it is calculated in hours and days, but in emergency situation, normally we calculate in seconds and minutes. And another example, dynamic change of mission status from FAULOS to BVLOS. Sometimes we can expect at the beginning of the activity, rescue activity, what kind of action it will be. And for further development of drone sector, one of the most important aspect or factor is safety. Safety and security is a sine qua non condition for sustainable development. And let's analyze very briefly a short example, the consequences of improper provision of safety level for drone usage. Of course, we will observe in such situation, we will observe growing the number of incidents with drones. It will result with decrease of social acceptance for drones. That's why we will face with tightening up of regulations and increase of administrative obstacles for further development. And next, it will result with higher development costs. And finally, longer implementation time or even ban on drones for certain applications. And here on those slides, you will see some main aspects of safety. We divided them into 4 groups. The first one is dynamic safety. Safety for the other members of the air traffic, and safety for people and objects on the ground. And static safety, related to the quality of UAV components and structures, and safety related to user identification possibilities. Next group is safety related to the training and liability of UAV operators, both private person and first responders. And finally, safety of data collection, image and sound, recordings, transmission and storage. And conclusions. For the effective and sustainable development and implementation of drones, it is vital to maintain a high level of safety in every single aspect of their performance. That's why when drafting drone regulations, it is always necessary to remember about the safety aspects. Safety aspects in drone regulations should always include some exemptions for emergency services. Here is once again, I will repeat the same example, safe procedure for a quick flight permission as an example. And finally, if we want to increase safety of drone usage, obligatory registration and certification, in our opinion, will play a very important role. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. And finally, we will hear from Mr. Van Reybrouck from the European Defence Agency.
Thank you. Thank you very much, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I very much appreciate the opportunity to represent the European Defence Agency in this high-level conference on drones. Let me first perhaps introduce the European Defence Agency, saying what we do in general terms, and also then more particularly with regard to drones. We are an agency of the Council, and our mission is to support the Council and Member States in developing the capabilities that are required in the context of the European Common Security and Defence Policy. We're a small agency, about 130 people, and the general budget on an annual basis of about 30 million euros. But we work very closely with a network of experts in member states and also in industry, which enables us to leverage additional funds on an annual basis for projects amounting to about 70 million euros. And since the creation of the agency in the field of R&D, about 1 billion euros worth of projects. We do this by working in three priority work strands. First of all, developing key capabilities based on priorities indicated by our member states. Stimulating defense research and technology that will lead and contribute to the development of these capabilities, but that at the same time will contribute to strengthen the European defense technological and industrial base. And thirdly, to ensure that military interests are taken into account in the context of wider EU policies, notably in the context of Single European Sky, for instance, but also taking advantage of instruments that the Commission is putting at the disposal of Member States for the benefit, in this case, of the military and for defense and security in general. Now, what does this mean for our work on drones? First of all, in terms of capabilities, the Council in 2013 identified as one of the key programs the agency was tasked to work on a medium altitude, long endurance RPAS, or drone, if you want, which is not available at this stage in the European framework. 4 member states came together, France, Germany, Italy and Spain, to develop such a MAIL program. And our role is there to support this program, notably in the context of harmonizing airworthiness requirements, but also in the context of launching R&D projects that will contribute to developing the technologies that are required to allow the integration of such drones into non-segregated airspace. It's clear that this is needed because questions with regard to safe air traffic integration of such drones are unsolved today. Furthermore, we're also launching projects that contribute to other aspects of such a drone capability, notably the development of a training technology demonstrator, which will enable member states to train their pilots in remote pilot stations on location in the States in a distributed network, and also work on standardization of remote pilot stations has been launched. These are the challenges that we're working towards. but we also see opportunities, and important opportunities, I think, in the context, to be highlighted in the context of this conference, notably, first and foremost, civil-military cooperation. It's clear that civil and military, in the context of aviation, but also more particularly in the context of drones, share the same value, the same safety culture, the same security culture. Not everybody might be convinced that we share the same airspace. The logic often seems to be that the priority of the market for civil applications is on the smaller drones, whereas the military are looking at the higher altitude drones, male-type drones. I think that this is more and more questionable, and as military already in an operational context also make use of small drones, also shipborne drones, also drones to be used in the context of surveillance of convoys or camp facilities in deployed operations. Similarly, I could expect that in the foreseeable future also the civil sector may find applications for larger drones. It's clear in any case that there would be, that there are clear benefits for both sectors, for civil stakeholders just as well as military stakeholders, to cooperate on R&D with regard to drone integration into airspace. Purpose of being to avoid duplication of effort, to reduce the cost of R&D spending, to make good use of taxpayers' money, and to achieve potentially scale effects in the development of these technologies and the products that will derive from it. On our side, concrete projects that we have been launching on behalf of the member states and with the funding that subgroups of member states have brought together are the MidCast project, looking at detect and avoid technology with a budget of about 50 million euros. The ERA project, looking at automation and emergency recovery technology for drones, about 30 million euros. And then a smaller project, Desire, on which we're working with the European Space Agency, 2.6 million euros, looking at satellite applications and the use of satellites mainly for data links. All in all, you could say that this funding is still relatively limited, about 100 million euros, spread over a couple of years, of course, but there is a perspective, making use of instruments that the Commission is putting at the disposal of member states to bid for more funding. We currently have the pilot project, to which the Commissioner also referred to, which includes at least one project related to drones. There's the preparatory action, which runs over the 3 coming years with a total budget of 90 million, which will of course not be dedicated totally to projects on ARPA's R&T. It will depend on the prioritization that we have to work on with member states, but at least part of it could go to these technologies. And this is the preparatory action for the really, let's say, the projected European Defence Research Programme, which, pending the approval of the next multi-year financial framework of the Commission, should see the light as of 2020, with the potential of Thank you. I will be very short. I think that a first very important step has been, I'm not sure if the mic is working, but I'll try and make sure that you can hear. Okay, it's on now. I think that in this perspective of supporting civil-military cooperation, a very important first step has been taken, for which we're very grateful towards the Commission. This is the creation of a coordination mechanism that involves DG Move and the Commission in a larger perspective, EASA, CESAR joint undertaking, and the EDA, that will enable us to jointly address the requirements for both R&T and regulatory requirements with regard to with regard to drones, ARPAs, if you want. And this could certainly be the basis to further develop civil-military cooperation for the benefit of all stakeholders. Thank you very much, and sorry for slightly exceeding the time.
Thank you very much, and Thanks to all our panel members. I think this was an excellent final panel of the day, because over the course of the day we've gone from the very general, truly high level, to successively more specific, concrete, and real-world examples of drones, the technology involved, the challenges ahead, and finally the really nitty-gritty and down and dirty usages. We had one question on Slido, which was how do you deal with the permitting applications for emergency uses of drones? And I thought that was interesting because it's one of these very pragmatic issues. You have an emergency and something comes up. Maybe a private citizen has a drone, and you've all touched on it to some degree. This issue of how do you make it work? Are there, can military drones be used? And drones that are permitted for use over railways. So maybe just very quickly, is it, how difficult is it actually, putting the drone's potential into practice when there is a situation that really demands the drones, or are they, as has been said, regulations and restrictions that get in the way of actually using drones?
Halo? Ja myślę, że te drony to można wykorzystywać wszędzie tam, gdzie nasza wyobraźnia sięga i gdzie nasz pomysł sięga.
Imagination is the only limit.
Czy trudno jest latać nad terenami kolejowymi? No, widać nie jest trudno.
Can you fly easily over railway areas? Well, it's not easy, but it's doable. You just need to prepare properly.
Czy może być wykorzystywane w akcjach ratowniczych?
Can you use drones for rescue applications? Of course you can. You can use the drones for whatever comes to your mind. Whatever idea you come up with, and just go on, do it.
Jeżeli chodzi o służby ratownicze, to praktycznie jeżeli chodzi o zakres
As to the rescue services,
docelowo prawdopodobnie będzie
probably in the future the sky will be the limit.
Natomiast jesteśmy, jak wspomniałem w swojej prezentacji, w fazie takiej
As I said, we are in an early stage.
Bardzo ważną rzeczą jest czas uzyskania pozwolenia.
What is important to us here is how much time it takes to get a permit for the flight, because sometimes it takes hours or even days, but for the rescue services you need a very quick decision, seconds, minutes. So to us it's important to have some waivers on the rescue services. So when you are drafting the rules, you need to bear in mind that the security requires certain waivers. Recreation, drones for leisure and business is different than the security, because the security concerns us all.
Thank you very much. From the military perspective, of course, in operational theaters, in deployed operations, there is already broad use of drones. I think what is important from our perspective is that with regard to safe integration of drones in non-segregated airspace, that we're able to work closely and upstream with the civil regulator, with EASA, to make sure that military interests, military specificities can be taken into account, and that we can ensure safety of all airspace users in a context where such drones can transit from within European airspace to deployed theaters or to training areas.
Jeśli można z Państwem podzielić się taką opinią, którą Państwo na pewno...
I would like to share my view with you.
Technologie, które zostały wymyślone,
namely, all the technologies that have been invented were tested in the army. And as you probably know very well from the history, drones already were in use during the World War II, but as to the future, well, of course we need to integrate, because apart from the specific military applications where we've been using drones, we need to take part in various projects to bring the drones closer to civilian applications. For instance, the ERA project, we also take part in the ERA project. How to move move in an airport situation how to take off and touch down safely. But from the technical point of view, civilian facilities are the same as military facilities, or a military device or a civilian device is the same. What is different here is the use.
Dziękuję. I think at this point it's getting late. We're going to have a few concluding remarks. So I think perhaps it's time to wind up this panel. Thank you again. Bardzo dziękuję to all of the panelists. We're now going to have concluding remarks. First from Petr Key, the Executive Director of EASA, and finally from Piotr Samson, the Acting President of the Polish Civil Aviation Authority. So I would like to say, on my part, thank you all, and it's been a pleasure, and dziękuję bardzo. Patrick.
So, ladies and gentlemen, it's been a great day, and we all survived so far, so congratulations to everybody. I think it was extremely interesting. We met a lot of different actors with different perspectives, and I think it was a very fruitful discussion that took place here. We have prepared a few conclusions. Let me make sure that it's for day 1 and not day 2. Yes. So it's just conclusion, so it has nothing to do with the declaration, but it's what, as far as we are concerned, we would like to take away from this day. If we can go to the next slide. Yes? Yeah, okay. So the first point was that there was a need for regulations and standards. And there were a number of presentations which were saying, or persons who said the same thing. There is a need for standards. There is a need for regulations. We have the business model. We have the technology. We need now standards, if possible, at a European level, and where relevant at a global level. I think that's one of the major messages that at least we took from today. The regulations must be performance-based, future-proof, proportional, and subsidiary. This is kind of obvious. Who was it? Was it Francis Schubert who said, if the technology is right, what was your formula? If the technology is right, the regulation is light. But basically that's the spirit. We should have regulations which are performance-based, which should prepare for the future. That means that they should not be prescriptive on a given technology which exists today. That's something which is very important. Risk-based approach, I think that's already the approach that we have taken, but it was reconfirmed by a number of speakers. What struck us was that there are a lot of different types of actors who are advocating for autonomous flights or manned. There are manned actors who are also actors in this ecosystem. A number of actors are non-aviators, which means that the messages, the regulations have to be fully understandable and implementable by non-aviators. There was, I think, from Mr. Levy, a proposal which we found quite interesting, that there should be commercial operations also in what we call the open category, so the lighter category, and I think that's a very, very interesting message. But for beyond line of sight, flexible approach is needed, but it's in line with what we discussed earlier. And I think this is extremely important. We should not underestimate the fact that we need to inform, and to inform in particular actors who are non-aviators. So we should not only consider we as regulators at the European level, global level, or at national level. We should not underestimate what we call safety promotion, which is basically giving the information, informing the actors about their rights, their obligations. Oops. U-space, this is a new notion, which was obviously not taken back by some of the speakers since it was just uncovered today. And UTM, it's very much related. It's not a technology issue. There was, I think, a strong feeling that the technology is there. But we were quite convinced by the fact that we, when I say we, it's all of us, we need to work on the business model and the governance, and the two go together. For UTM, there is also a need for standards, and we put it into brackets because this is our own understanding of the issue. There is a need for a concept of operations, because in the previous panel on UTM, everybody was talking about UTM, but I'm not sure that everybody was talking about the same thing. And I think it is essential that we look at the concept of operations for UTM. Is it a ground-based system? Is it an airborne-based system? Do we want to implement a very local system specific to one type of operations? Do we want a regional system? Do we want something which is a very heavy, very ground-based, centralized system, or do we want something which is much lighter? Security needs to be tackled in a timely manner. We discussed a lot about safety. The last panel was basically showing the interest of having early discussions with the security part of the stakeholders groups, and I think that's very important. And I think in Roland's presentation from VDA and in the last panel, it was clear that we need to have a cooperation between all type of actors, be it purely civilian type of actors or military, defense, or security-related types of actors. So this is what we would like to take away. I hope that it is in conformance with what you thought or what you would take away from this first day of the conference. And with this, unless there is a major point that we forgot, and the floor would be yours if really we forgot something important, then I would give the floor to my friend Piotr. Is there anything that we forgot? Mm-hmm.
6 months. This is a wish list, of course. It's not a realistic takeaway. Do you confirm?
Can I confirm what? I'm just making the just making the synthesis of the discussion. 6 months for what? I think she mentioned 2019, no? Yes.
How are you doing? No, my interpretation of the Commissioner, I feel a bit like Larry Speaks interpreting what Ronald Reagan said, what the President said. My interpretation is that she wants to see the concept of the U-space emerge within the next 6 months, and we'll be looking to Patrick, we'll be looking to SJU, we'll be looking to others to work on that, in order to have drones part of daily life by 2019, was her metaphor. While I'm here, Patrick, I think there's one thing which I think this community maybe doesn't focus in on as much, but we shouldn't forget it's out there, and that's privacy. Now, that could be because we conclude that the rules we have, the legal basis is correct, and a drone with a camera is like a telephoto lens, and the principles don't apply. But we shouldn't, sorry, the principles are the same, but I don't think we should forget how concerned people are about that. When you mention safety and security and these other things, let's keep that mentally on our wish list. Sorry, thank you.
Anybody else? Recreational. Okay, it's a fair comment. Nobody else? So let me give the floor to Piotr. Thank you.
Szanowni Państwo, kilka słów w imieniu środowiska polskiego lotniczego. Ja chciałem bardzo raz podziękować jeszcze raz za taką liczną obecność tak wspaniałych osób. Ja myślę, że to dla nas jest bardzo ważne, że możemy wymienić doświadczenia nasze polskie i światowe i vice versa. Myślę, że też Państwo mogliście zobaczyć, nad jakimi rozwiązaniami pracujemy w Polsce i myślę, że to może być wzajemnie bardzo ciekawe. Myślę, że takie 3 podstawowe elementy, które z dzisiejszego dnia do nas wychodzą, to jest pierwsza rzecz, to są przepisy prawne. Potrzebujemy ujednoliconych przepisów prawnych na poziomie europejskim, natomiast ważne jest to, żeby te przepisy były proporcjonalne do tego, jakie potencjalnie zagrożenia mogą nam stwarzać drony. Żeby te przepisy nie blokowały nam rozwoju tej całej branży i tego przemysłu. Drugi element to jest bezpieczeństwo i bardzo ważne jest to, żebyśmy połączyli kwestię obecnie przestrzeni powietrznej, tą, którą my standardowo rozumiemy za przestrzeń powietrzną kontrolowaną, z tym nowym obszarem, z tym U-Space, tak abyśmy znaleźli możliwości wzajemnej współpracy pomiędzy jednym i drugim.
Wszystkiego tłumaczenia chyba.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Can you hear me?
Community that we could gather here today in Warsaw and we could exchange the views and opinions between the Polish aviation community and the international community. I believe we had the chance to learn from each other, the Polish experiences and the international, the European experiences. And I think there are 3 main key messages that should be taken away from today's day. First of all is the need for the common regulations, the European regulations, but I believe that the regulations should be proportional to the potential danger that the drones create, so the regulations should not stop the development. They should be proportional to the potential risk associated with the drones. The second one is the safety, and is the combination and the way to combine the current the air traffic management system with the new air traffic management for the drones and for the U-Space. This is the area we were talking about. So the new world has to meet the traditional world in different senses. And the third element is the technology. The second point can be only possible if we use the available technological tools. And I think today we had a chance to see a very interesting presentation about the technology, what's available at the moment, and I think the whole trick is to combine this, the technology, the safety, and the regulation in the optimal way for the mutual benefit on all the players in a system. So this is, I think, what the main 3 points as a conclusion of today's day. Thank you very much again. I hope you had nice and interesting meetings today, and see you tomorrow. Thank you very much.